translates to, may we march forward with a common goal. May we be open-minded and work together in harmony.
Today is a wonderful day, and on behalf of Biotechnology Industry Research Assistant Council, BIRAC, it's our privilege to welcome you on the 12th Foundation Day celebrations. This day is just not an event, but a privilege to reflect on our journey, our achievements, and the impact that we have made.
With BIRAC's unwavering commitment to fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in the biotechnology sector, we are poised to continue making significant strides in addressing global challenges and improving lives. This occasion gives us an opportunity to take stock of our achievements and to rededicate ourselves to face new challenges that lie ahead.
Without any further delay, please join me in welcoming on the stage Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale, Secretary DBT and Chairman BIRAC. We request Dr. Jitendra Kumar, MD BIRAC, to please join on the dais. We request Professor Padmanabhan Sir, Honorary Professor, IIC, to please join on the dais. We request Dr. Peter Hotez, Dean for the National School of Tropical Medicine, Baylor College of Medicine, to please join on the dais. We would also request Ms. Nidhi Shrivastava, Director Finance BIRAC, to please join on the dais.
We will commence our event by lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. This is a symbolic moment that signifies the dispelling of darkness and igniting of thought and enlightenment.
May we now request our distinguished dignitaries to do the honors. Secretary DBT and Chairman BIRAC, Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale, Professor Padmanabhan, Honorary Professor IIC, Dr. Peter Hotez, Dean of National School of Tropical Medicine, Baylor College of Medicine, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, MD BIRAC, Ms. Nidhi Shrivastava, Director Finance BIRAC. We may also request Dr. Alka Sharma, Senior Advisor and Scientist HDBT, and Dr. Maria Botazi, Senior Associate of Dean, Baylor College of Medicine, to join the dignitaries for lighting of the lamp.
Let us ignite the flames of inspiration and usher in a new era of innovation and success. I would now request all the dignitaries to kindly take their seats. I would now request Secretary DBT and Chairman BIRAC, Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale, to welcome Professor Padmanabhan Sir. May I also request Secretary Sir to welcome Professor Hotez, Dean of National School of Tropical Science, Baylor College of Medicine. May I now request MD BIRAC to welcome Secretary DBT and Chairman BIRAC, Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale.
May I now request Director Finance Ms. Nidhi Srivastava to welcome MD BIRAC. May I now request Ms. Kavita Anandani, CS BIRAC, to welcome Director Finance Ms. Nidhi Srivastava.
Thank you very much. We would like to start with the proceedings. I would now request Dr. Jitendra Kumar, MD BIRAC, to kindly come on the stage and give the welcome address.
Honorable Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary DBT and Chairman BIRAC, Professor G. Padmanabhan, former Director and Professor Emeritus ISC, Dr. Peter Otes, Dean, National School of Tropical Medicine, Baylor College of Medicine, USA, Ms. Nidhi Srivastava, Director Finance, BIRAC, distinguished scientists from DBT and other institutions, Dr. Maria Bottazzi, Senior Associate Dean, Baylor College of Medicine, secretaries from high commissions of different countries, members of various committees of BIRAC, my dear colleagues of BIRAC, startups, incubation managers, students, and ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to be here today with you all as we celebrate 12th Foundation Day of BIRAC. And I welcome you all to this historic moment. The Department of Biotechnology, Government of India has created this public sector undertaking called BIRAC, which is Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, with the mandate of nurturing and empowering the biotech innovation ecosystem. BIRAC has provided a vibrant ecosystem to the startups, which has resulted in an excellent pipeline of providing a vibrant ecosystem to the startups, which has resulted in an excellent pipeline of products and technologies developed by innovators in several successful enterprises that have made an impact both in the domestic as well as global markets. In the past 12 years, BIRAC has exceeded the expectations and filled the gap in the innovation chain by delivering the impactful solutions. India has entered the Amrit Kal, and in order to achieve the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of having an Atmanirbhar Bharat, confluence of science, technology, and innovation research will play a major role in transforming India into a global leader. BIRAC schemes and programs have helped create a network of over 100 incubation and pre-incubation centers across the country, supported more than 4,000 beneficiaries, and enabled the development of 800 biotech products that have reached the market. BIRAC, including the mission programs, has invested close to rupees 4,000 crores over the last 12 years and mobilized over 2,600 crores from industry and other partners. BIRAC supported startups have raised investments of over 5,500 crores from private investors, providing a testimony to the potential that many of these startups hold for the future. The innovation ecosystem in the country is continuously flourishing, and we aspire to become one of the top 5 global biomanufacturing hubs and among the top 10 biotechnology destinations globally. India's bioeconomy has experienced a remarkable surge of 29%, surpassing the significant milestone of $100 billion. Our country's bioeconomy has reached an impressive $137.2 billion in 2022. The rise of biotech startups is pivotal for the future economy. These startups have experienced remarkable growth, increasing from just 50 in 2014 to now 6,756 in year 2022. BIRAC supported startups have been working on major public health challenges BIRAC's effort in the last 12 years have resulted in significant changes in the landscape of Indian biotechnology sector. The COVID phase was one of the crucial juncture for biotechnology sector, and BIRAC, where the challenges were as great as the opportunities. The pandemic brought a new sense of urgency to innovation efforts. The innovators came up with the path-breaking solution, be it in terms of PPE kits, diagnostic kits, face masks, or vaccine, and much more. BIRAC played a significant role in implementing various COVID initiatives along with the Department of Biotechnology. 4 indigenously developed COVID vaccines, namely ZyCoV-D, world's first and country's indigenously developed DNA vaccine, Carbovax, which is protein subunit vaccine, Gemcovac 19, which is mRNA-based vaccine, and Incovac, which is intranasal COVID-19 vaccine. They have been developed and validated through BIRAC support in just short time, which is a span of 2 years. Global Bio India 2023 was the largest representation of all biotechnology stakeholders in the country, with participation from national and international biotech community. I am happy to tell you that the countdown has started, and we are exactly 6 months away from the Global Bio 2024. As we move forward, it is imperative that we now focus on the sustainability and scale-up of innovators and enterprises, and continue to provide an enabling ecosystem to ensure that we can create a national and global impact. Technology and innovations are going to be the torch bearers of 2047 economy when India celebrates 100 years of its independence. The innovation-led projects embarked on today are what we will take us to the future, which will lead our country to the Vikasit Bharat, as our Honorable Prime Minister says. The coming years would need BIRAC to reinvent itself, leapfrog in terms of achievements, and accelerate innovation and translation of breakthrough ideas to raise India's share in the global economy by taking leads in emerging areas such as biomanufacturing, artificial intelligence, cell and gene therapy, etc. We must take lead in creating biofoundries for startups to scale up. In the end, I would like to quote our Honorable Prime Minister: when the country is taking new pledges during the Amrit Kal, role of biotech industry is very significant and in the development of the country. All these sectors are giving impetus to the development of the country. That is why every sector's saath and every sector's vikas are the need of the hour. Finally, I want to congratulate the entire BIRAC team for working relentlessly for fostering and nurturing the innovation ecosystem in the country. I wish you all the very happy 12th Foundation Day of BIRAC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words have energized us, and we are really looking forward to this event and its celebrations. Moving forward, we now request Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary DBT and Chairman BIRAC, to please give his inaugural address.
Namaskar and good afternoon, all of you. This is Professor G. Padmanabhan. It's wonderful to see you after a long time in Delhi. It's our great regards to you from DBT and BIRAC. Professor Peter Hotze, thank you very much for coming all the way from United States here on the wonderful occasion. MD BIRAC, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Mrs. Nidhi Srivastava, my fellows and friends from scientific fraternity, all the BIRAC people, DBT folks. It's a fantastic to taking the bold directions of the country's future to come at. So first of all, let me congratulate to all of you on this fantastic day. And because now we've entered the teenage, I've kind of put this as a time for teenage dreams actually. And you know, the teenage dreams are always very interesting, very bright, very colorful, very cheerful. And I think that's what BIRAC should aspire for actually. And I think this is where the first 10 years are always, you know, you kind of go along doing things, you're told what to do. At teenage, you really start to dream about it. And I think it's time for BIRAC to dream about the future of teenage success. And I'm sure each one of you will write these success stories and make this even more impactful, even for the future of our country and for the best of the times to come. What have we done thus far actually? And this is just one slide, a couple of slides maybe to just give you a perspective about it. I think how the ecosystem has been built is by setting up about 85 bioincubators in the country that have about in 21 states and union territories, which supports about directly 1,800 incubatees actually. And directly or indirectly about 4,500 incubators, startup fellows are actually connected with us. About 950 startups were supported through this big grant, which is actually one of the most flagship program that I've created a lot of fantastic stuff around. And in recent times, BIRAC has also started to get into this equity partnership program actually. And about 159 have been provided equity investment through seed and leap grants, and 77 companies have provided investment through the fund's ACE fund actually. So you can see the new financial models are also getting incorporated while technology and technical human strength and other activities are coming through actually. So it's fantastic actually that we migrate into the next ventures of making really bold goals for what our country wants to deliver in next 25 years of what you call Viksit Bharat journey. One of the very successful events that our MD BIRAC actually after joining did over here in the very short period of time with all of you together was the Global Bio India success. And I congratulate you for doing this in a fantastic way. I think all the teams were all working together, and I think it was a very, very amazing time to have Sanjay, Dr. Sanjay Singh is here. He had a pavilion right in the front of the Global Bio India. We still recollect some fantastic, thank you Dr. Sanjay Singh for coming here today actually. So this was one of the largest biotech event, about 500 plus biotech startups and several products were launched. And I think we are going to do more of this in future to come. And this is going to be an annual event for the success stories to look at. So where are we today in India right now actually? And it's always go back and try and ask a question, what have we done well? Where do we stand? What is our aspiration? And what are the goals? And how do we reach those goals? Because if you don't define the processes as well, you are unlikely to reach the goals because the definition of the problem and the formulation of the problem and the delivery of the problem is equally important actually. So I think you can see now, and this is basically all over the picture, not just DBTs actually, but the country as it stands. We've got more than about 1 lakh startups now, which is like used to be about 400 in 2016 to grown up in this ecosystem, becoming the third largest startup ecosystem in the country. And that's fantastic actually, because what it says is that there are a lot of aspirational people who want to do a lot of exciting things during the journey of their lives. And I think they're all ready on it actually. It's now across 670 districts in the country. So it's not just a very small footprint in large cities of the country, but it's actually spreading everywhere. And that's again a very good sign. There are a large number of new policies have come up related to the innovation growth phase of the structure. The unicorn numbers are kind of always dynamic, about approximately 112 unicorns. Of course, it can be in thousands. Actually, it will be completely changing the whole country's perspective. The funding is now from $8 billion to about $70+ billion actually, so it's enhancing rapidly. And one of the most important things is the number of jobs that is creating actually. Because that's going to be one of the major challenges for our country to think about, is that once the how and where the new jobs are going to come and whether we can enable these technologies and services such that it can create a valuable contributions. what is our Honorable Prime Minister's wish actually? And this is what I call pursuit of Amrit Kal towards the Viksit Bharat journey of 2047. That is, what would be country should look like after at 100 age actually. And I think what our ambitions are is that we should be an economy of about $32 trillion actually, which is enormous for given the size what we are today. We're about 10-fold lower than what we are today actually. So that's an ambition. Now the per capita income has to grow by 9x, so that US dollar about 22,000 if we can achieve this target. The GDP year on year will be about 7.6% growth actually. So there is a humongous amount of activities will happen, and therefore the innovation ecosystem has to play a very, very critical role and dream big in terms of reaching these activities. To be able to achieve this, the industrial sector growth also has to go up from 26% to 35% of the GDP. And the human capital, as you know, will be the largest and youngest working population across top economies in the world actually. So we're going to have enormous amount of human resource, enormous amount of very capable, talented people, and we need to find ways to make them more and more success stories to happen in their lifetimes. So what has DBT done well to make all these things happen actually? And I think it's very important to understand that we're a very unique organization, Department of Biotechnology. It's not there in all the countries as well actually. In fact, there are very few countries that have departments focused on biotechnology as a perspective look at. So it started in 1986, and there are several important people before me who have done very important games played, and that is why what we are today. But what it has done very well is to what I call harmonizing connections and fostering meaningful networks actually. I believe this is the most significant component of how we institutionalize this process and make these things happen one at a time, such that you can then make an impact. The first of all, actually, I thought, which was one of the landmark, was the 2008 DBT Welcome India Alliance program that was initiated in India actually. Now this led to the capacity building in the country of doing high-end science. And this was obviously not that the DBT was not doing it, but this took it to the next level. It enhanced ambitions of people. It allowed people to actually dream big and create centers all across the country, such that this created human resource that is required for the future of the country actually. Then came the BIRAC in 2012, which was set up again to foster ecosystem of industrial development and entrepreneurship actually. And you all are here actually as a testament to what we have been able to do and achieve actually. In recent times, what we have done is we've now trying to enhance and implement the transformative power of S&T for the benefit of all. In fact, Department of Biotechnology had about 14 institutions spread all across the country. And in these 14 institutions, we had about 350 scientists that were spread around quite thinly in these places actually. And what we have done now, we have converted into a network of an institution called Biotechnology Research Innovation Council, such that this will become the premier institution of biotechnology in the country actually. So as a one single entity, you will have a highest representation in the country. And I can almost very strongly say that this will be the institution that will be number one in the country in any number of parameters that you use for the future of the country's progress actually. Finally, what we want to do now is from the startup, we want to go into the pilot scale stage studies, pilot phase studies, pre-commercial studies actually. And to be able to do what we are going to announce soon, and BIRAC again is going to lead this program along with DBT, is actually what we call Mulankur bioenablers. So Mulankur is a very nice word which talks about the first shoot that comes from the root actually. And it's about how different biomanufacturing hubs and bio-AI hubs will be set up across the country to be able to catalyze green growth, bioeconomy models, and public-private partnership, such that we now take benefit out of all the private institutions and private bodies that are existing in the country, connect them together in the governmental system, and together dream big actually for the best of this country actually. And I think those are very, very important activities that department is trying to do and has done this really well. I just thought I'll highlight one of the programs, since this was in collaboration with World Bank actually and National Biopharma Mission, a cabinet approved scheme which was done by the BIRAC team here. DBT implemented, BIRAC and implemented here actually. There are lots of success stories in this. In fact, all the vaccines that emerged out of various stakeholders in this country was because all the initial investment in the setting up of clinical trial sites, getting few regulatory and enabling system going, having these vaccine industries to already stay connected with, happened because of this National Biopharma Mission that was launched during that time, actually. And you can see that there are almost 15 vaccine candidates have been set up, 21 biosimilar products, and 29 medical devices and diagnostics have been created under this, including MRI scanner that was launched by Honorable Minister some time back, which is now ready to be deployed in the country, and also various biosimilars such that liraglutide, which is now a buzz molecule actually for a variety of reasons actually, an anti-diabetic molecule, has also been approved for this process. As I said, and as MD BIRAC also hinted about, these various different platforms that were set up actually, which is an RNA vaccine, the DNA vaccine, the subunit vaccine, as Dr. Hote just and various other activities. In fact, we can now proudly say that we've reached that target, and we've kind of have a capacity that we can create vaccines for any pathogen against any disease from any perspective that we look at actually. So I think we should all have a round of applause for these kind of fantastic ecosystem. And I really believe that with working with Department of Biotechnology, various institutions and private bodies should really empower and create bigger and bigger activities that we all can through various efforts that DBT BIRAC has conducted over across period of time. So this is what I call the path to the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra actually. The whole challenge is how can Bharat ascend to future technology leadership by laying out the landscape today actually. And always the challenge is, you can always say that I want to reach the target. You want to understand how do I go through the path. Can I think the path that I can walk across such that we can carry out these activities? And from economic growth, what all countries talks about only, what our government has focused is on all inclusive development imbibing technological networks actually. It's not only the economic growth that is sufficient. We need to have all wholesome growth, which is in a very, very critical and important in a country like us, India, which is a democratic country, freedom for all, and everybody has to grow in a similar manner. And I believe that biomanufacturing is going to play a very, very critical role in terms of how we take this country to the future progress of making a systems that are much more amenable, that are much more regenerative, what you would call regenerative economy, and that will provide ways and incentivization to take care of our own environmental, climate-related activities, and also facilitate things at scale that are unprecedented to come. So these are the thematic sectors that Department of Biotechnology is trying to put together actually, and I think they are very, very powerful systems actually. In fact, we already have a lot of footprints in the country which we can build on. For example, bio-based chemicals and enzymes, if you really look at. I mean, enzyme industry is probably one of the biggest industry right now in the country in the bioeconomy perspective. Of course, really lauded by the enzyme industry due to the ethanol, 2G ethanol and 1G ethanol activities that are going to happen for it. But chemical industry in India actually produces from O to C about 70,000 molecules in this country, 70,000. And this is from oil to chemical. Now, precursors for all these chemical industry very largely comes from this oil industry. And as you see, as there will be a transition from oil to other resources of energy, there will be a dramatic change that will happen in the country's resource management actually. You will have to find precursors through various other microbiological routes actually. Now, the whole challenge is how do we diversify such that we don't disrupt the chemical industry that is of presence going through a transition to a process industry, to a biochemical industry that actually will take up many of the specialty chemical sector as their priority zones in next 5 to 7 years to come. And that's where you'll see more and more jobs will become enabled. That's where you'll see more and more activities growing. And you can see 70,000 is not a small number of molecules to talk about actually. It's across various dyes, adhesives, food and fragrance articles, all sorts of industry chemicals actually are produced by this. The textile industry is one such part of it actually. You know, the textile industry will itself undergo so much of transition that we cannot imagine, because cloth has no end of life cycle assessment analysis actually. You don't know what to do with the cloth actually industry when you prepare, and after that what are you going to do with these cloth any longer actually. So you will have to figure out a way of getting from waste to wealth, and figuring out a way that at least part of the material that you produce gets retransformed back into an economic value that will create an impact system. Similarly, functional food and smart proteins, there is no other way than the laboratory foods will become the central pair of the way systems will work actually. Because agriculture, the climate change and related activities will continuously survive. But we need to then become more resilient, and the resilience will come from an industrial revolution through biomanufacturing processes that will happen over a decade or one more than that period of time. Precision biotherapeutics, you can already see the health ecosystem is dramatically changing actually. The cell and gene therapy industry, the precision genomics-based enablement of cancer therapies, and many of these rare genetic disorders will become, you know, a theory of past actually. And we will have solutions that will provide people from, you know, from getting rid of them. Climate resilient agriculture, as already said, climate will become an important problem. Can we now use soil microbiome based systems to be able to catalyze these activities? Carbon capture and utilization. Future marine and space research are in fact the two kind of distant dreams of what all we can do. India has 70,000 square kilometers of ocean land, and all of this are completely unexplored actually. These are, you know, done by the businesses that are not completely streamlined. We have fisheries, we have aquaculture, we have various other activities that are going on. But even the oceans will become a way to generate energy in future, because the biomass that is generated there could be converted into tremendous amount of energy that is of requirement. And the space is the limitless, boundless activities that we do. And all of these activities will be in the lower part of it, what will enable these activities to look at. And we believe the biomanufacturing hubs and biofoundry hubs and bio-AI hubs are the central players to these kind of activities. So this is the macro vision for the country, what we are putting together, and this is a strong biotechnology focus about it, that can Bharat be among the global leader of the next industrial revolution, which will revolve around biotechnological perspective actually, next 20 years of it. So can we put Bharat at the forefront of pioneering biomanufacturing research? Can we accelerate the translation to innovation from lab to market, and address national priorities that I've already talked to you about in a way that it becomes impactful and valuable? Now, just some of those who are interested in the economics of the predictions actually as well. Why this is a time to invest in biomanufacturing? Because it's the maximum chance that you could actually make very good money and financial gains as well actually. You can see every single sector that we talked about is going to actually grow in a very, very rapid manner in the country. For example, biotherapeutics will be about more than $100 billion industry actually, which is about $30 billion or $25 billion industry right now in a new biotherapeutics mode. Agri-biotech industry will again grow very rapidly. The biofuel, we've already said 20% blending of ethanol. You can see how much of this whole industry will grow around this place. So it's a great time to be doing biotechnology, and I therefore this is a fantastic time that all of us can imbibe upon. However, there are some challenges that we can discuss about, and some of these got to do with the concept of human resource development as well actually. Conceptually, we need to make some transitions in terms of how we create skillful resource in our country actually. And I think that's where other focus of department has been. So conceptually, if you really look at our PhD programs, are driven by single person dissertations actually. And largely, all the activities that I talked to you about requires collaborations actually. And unfortunately, this is the clear distinct between the two of them. You train individuals to become very good individuals, and then you tell them now you start collaborating with each other in a way that it will be impactful and useful for each other actually. And I think this is a big challenge actually. We all have created ourselves. The 19th century PhD programs are no longer good for the purpose of 21st century actually. And we need to transcend into a PhD programs that are completely unique of its kind, that looks at solving problems and creating really values that are very, very incredibly important actually. And that's what this I3C program is about: ideate, immerse, innovate, and collaborate actually. So we're going to solve problems through PhD students because that's our workforce, and create activities that are futuristic in goals to look at. Lots of people starting to talk about it. Just to give you an article today appeared in Nature, again another article. There's another article that talks about in Nature. The 12th occasion of this, I thought we should have some new branding tagline for BIRAC. And I'm just starting with one, and I want all the BIRAC employees to really come up with the tagline that we can use for next 5 years of our country's future progress. I've put it as powered by BIRAC, but we can, I'm sure all of you are much smarter than me, and we'll come up with much more interesting tags that we can come up with. Let's make a bouquet of this and use it in different programs and power this idea. The whole idea is that how BIRAC is a powerhouse for the country's future actually. I think the one key thing that I will end with actually, and this is always will stay, I think science will forever remain the mega star touching the lives of millions actually. And we should all realize this actually, and this has to be embedded in our ethos of whatever we do in Department of Biotechnology actually. And the blockbuster discoveries and inventions earn fame worldwide, and therefore we need to be participate in this, and we need to be part of this. And therefore I end with a quote from Honorable Prime Minister which says, "Yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai." I thank you all of you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing with us the deep insights. Your passion has inspired us all, and you have always provided valuable takeaways to ponder upon. I am sure BIRAC will be a major contributor for the development of Viksit Bharat. I would now like to call upon Dr. Peter Hotez, Dean for National School of Tropical Medicine, Baylor College of Medicine, to please address the gathering.
Well, many thanks. I'll keep my remarks brief since I'm going to be giving you the keynote in a few minutes. First of all, I'd like to thank two valued colleagues and friends who came here today, and I was very pleased to see them. Professor Suneet Singh. Suneet, maybe raise your hand. From University of New Delhi, and who heads the Virology Institute. We've worked together for years, almost decades. And my friend Sanjay Singh, who I was so thrilled to see here. We worked together in Washington, D.C. when he was at the NIH for many years. It's so one of the blessings of a career in science is how people's paths continue to cross and interact, even across oceans. And along those lines, my colleague, Dr. Mary Elena Batazzi, who's here with me as well, and I'll be speaking more about her work in a minute. I was kind of struggling to think of what would be some nice prefatory remarks, and then Professor Gokal made it easy, because he said something that turned on the light bulb, and that is teenage dreams. He's absolutely right. This is what we need to have. By teenage dreams, I'll define it as big dreams, and sometimes fanciful dreams. But if you don't dream big, you have no hope to achieve important things. Let's face it, creating India, the world's largest democracy of over 1 billion people, in some ways that's a teenage dream, and here it's happened, despite many naysayers. And I think along those lines, this is what we need to think about. During the pandemic, because at that time I was one of the few American scientists working on COVID and COVID vaccines, I was called on to, often on television, CNN and MSNBC, and also in India TV as well. And one of the points that I always tried to make, which always surprised people, was India's role in this. I consistently said, and I still believe it, that biotechnology is India's gift to the world. And I truly believe that, because not only in the vaccine space, but the small molecule drugs, diagnostics, this is what's changing global health. It's India first and foremost. And And this is why we made the effort to travel a long distance to come to this 12th Foundation meeting for BIRAC, because to thank India for its gift to the world. And we're so thrilled to be a small part of that, initially with Corbevax and now moving on to other vaccines that I'll talk about in a minute. And the reason that's going to become important is because, as I sometimes pessimistically say, COVID-19 was just a warm-up act. We have many more pandemics to come. And one of the most common questions I'm asked by the American public goes something like this: hey doc, what the heck is going on? And so what do they mean by that? What they're really referring to is this cadence of terrible pandemics, SARS and H1N1 influenza and Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome, Ebola in 2014, Zika virus infection in 2016, Ebola again in the Congo in 2019. Mother Nature is not being coy with us. She's telling us what she has in store for us, a continued cadence of pandemics. And so we need to be ready. And in some ways, I think India is far ahead of the game compared to most, in part because of the activities in BIRAC. Why is it happening? It's happening, I believe, because of a common set of 21st century forces. I think climate change, which I know Prime Minister Modi's been out in front on, is a big factor. The bats, which contain many of these viruses like Ebola, coronaviruses, are moving through new migratory patterns in search of food because of climate change, coming into contact with people through urbanization and deforestation and human migration. So all of this is coming together, and therefore I think these kinds of partnerships are going to be the key to whether we survive, humankind survives or not. And I certainly believe that India will have a central role. So on that somewhat pessimistic but also optimistic note, thank you again for having us, and look forward to making more formal remarks in a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hotez. That was a very interesting conversation. We look forward to hearing you later during the Foundation Day lecture. May I now request Professor Padmanabhan, Sir, Honorary Professor IIC, to please deliver the plenary lecture. One of the chief architects of BIRAC, he was the former director of Indian Institute of Science, IIC, and presently serves as an honorary professor in the Department of Biochemistry at IIC and Chancellor of Central University of Tamil Nadu. Sir, we welcome you.
Thank you, BIRAC, for having me. As teenage dreams should grow, old age dreams should end. So I suppose I thought I will come for one time, last time perhaps, and see all my colleagues. I haven't been to Delhi for some time now. I used to come twice a month. So it's indeed a wonderful opportunity for me. Thank you, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, for inviting me for this meeting. And Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, I must tell you, they all have a Bangalore connection, all of them. I will not get into great detail, but they all have a Bangalore connection, which I am proud of. Dr. Jitendra set the ball rolling, what BIRAC aims to do, and Dr. Rajesh Gokhale gave a brilliant exposition of very comprehensive of what BIRAC should do, what DBT should do through BIRAC, let's say. Now, we have Lord Hanuman in our mythology, who can shorten his tail and lengthen his tail. So my talk became 20 minutes to 10 minutes and back to 30 minutes. This is where, so I put up some slides and things like that. I joined, what should I say, I'm been part of Department of Biotechnology ever its inception, history. National Biotechnology Board in 1982, and it became a department in 1986. For some reason, I have been there right through. And of course, BIRAC, last 12 years. And when Rajesh took over, I found I was chairing 14 committees. So I requested him, the time has come. Please don't say one more year. Please don't say one more year. Thankfully, he said, give me 3 months. So, that helped me to really, bring in. There are wonderful people in this country, great leaders. It's not as if it has to be run by any individual or somebody. We all have an opportunity. God's grace, if you believe in God. So that's how things happen. But there are wonderful people to run the show. And, you heard such a beautiful lecture by Dr. Rajesh Gokhale of what the vision of DPT should be. I really like the idea of biomanufacturing, in a really new perspective, actually. Now, to give you the history, when BIRAC started, let's say, I should say, it's the brainchild of Dr. M.K. Ban. Maharaj Ban, previous secretaries. He went to United States, visited, I think, NIH and saw Sibri, and then called me in the night and then said, I want to start this. He said, I will start if you chair the technical committee. There's no opportunity for me to respond. He put the phone down. It's typical of Ban, So, it's been happening, wonderful, ideas like to say, all from students to ultimately to product to market. Every step, from ideation to Sibri to then we have to start biotechnology industry fellow program. Then you have to have industry taking up your product and validating it. There are so many steps have been involved. I think those programs are perhaps still going on as part of the BIRAC system, actually. Now, this is out of date. Much more recent data has been presented by Jitendra. What I thought was, how medtech has progressed. Many areas have been suggested by Dr. Rajesh Gokhale. But are there some areas which we should tap in, which we haven't, or we are still partly getting into? That's what I wanted to highlight in this talk. Or what at the moment I decided to do that. These are the devices, which came up, I think some 150 products. The design and development of photodynamic therapy laser system, retinal imaging, retinopathy for prematurity. So many, I don't want to read the entire list. I just, these are all the lists of some of the technologies that have been developed only in the medical area. It doesn't help, mention areas, agri and, aqua, those areas actually. So many of these projects have been supported, and there are pictures of that. You will see it in BIRAC report, all this. Now, that has been the past. If you say 150 products we have produced, they have been in the past, it has happened. So what what direction we should be moving. That is what. This Dr. Rajesh Gokhale has already mentioned how the startup culture has enormously moved. Few hundreds to now thousands. And I am told 10% of that is biotech area in this country actually. What I thought was whether we should also think of digital health care. And what is digital health care? I am not an expert in that area, but I got interested. And I went into little more detail. What does it mean? Of course, we are talking about vaccines. And clearly we can see India's leadership during COVID time. It has already been mentioned. Really, internationally, we made a mark during COVID time for the vaccines which we have made in this country. Our manufacturing capabilities, all this became very, very evident actually. Other areas which we keep talking about was diagnostics. Different kind of diagnostics. We don't talk much about drug development, drug discovery. It's a very slow process. As we know, it takes years. Interestingly, vaccines came up in 2 years, 1.5 years. I don't know drugs. We don't have a drug, in my opinion, for COVID, for example. We are still using drugs which are used probably for HIV. I don't think there is any specific drug for this virus. We have to understand this virus a little more. I mean, there are little gaps here and there. Now, going back, what is this digital health care, which consists of artificial intelligence, telemedicine, blockchain platforms, smart devices in healthcare, and application of a virtual clinical trial. I don't know whether you are able to see this slide. Artificial intelligence, imaging, health monitoring, managing patient data, drug development, surgery, remote consultation, medical statistics, personalized treatment. That means AI is all pervasive. That's why, this is so many areas it can be. I will not get into great detail. Then followed by big data analytics. Because AI itself, you have algorithms which are based on big data. But what is big data analytics which we need to look at? In this country, we have been looking at genome sequencing as big data. I remember we started a program to sequence 10,000 normal Indians. And everybody said it's not even a drop in the ocean. And very recently I found that this has been completed. We have sequence information for 10,000 normal Indians. Look at if you have to do genome sequencing of patients. That would be a challenge. Patients, what patients? What diversity? What is the clinical correlation with your genome changes? Now, this will be a wonderful big data, in my opinion. Shall we go to that kind of patient analysis? Genome sequencing of patients. That means to have a clinical correlation with that and changes in the genome would be a phenomenal challenge. Of course, then drug discovery, pharmacy, nanoformulation. That has become a very important area actually, nanoformulation. Drug delivery, it's not only delivering sometimes drugs, the nanoform itself degrades, releases the drug, all kinds of possibilities are there. Blockchain, basically I understood it is thousands of servers are open, data is available on open servers, thousands of. That is the blockchain concept actually. Smart devices is a very interesting concept. Smart devices. One example, this given is wear a T-shirt with two electrodes measuring your ECG 24/7. Like that, or there multiple products. There are many. I am just giving you one simple example that the smart machine, that areas of cardiology, sports medicine, patient tracking, medical education again. All these are in that area. Of course, medical education, that's very important. A little part Dr. Rajesh Gokhale mentioned about the PhD. The medical education itself in this country, I do not know. I am not very conversant, but I still feel it is out of date. Perhaps we need, what is happening in science today, what is biological sciences, it's a tremendous change is happening. So are medical, is biochemistry taught in the first year or taught in the first year and disposed of probably. Afterwards, we never study biochemistry. Therefore, genetics has become a huge important component these days. So whether, of course, clinicians would say we have no time. Of course, they have no time, obviously, but we need them for research. I feel, unless MDs get involved in doing research, there is some, if you say United States, you see all the lab chiefs would be MD PhDs, mostly. This is how the system grew there. That's how I feel medical education is important. Perhaps it needs a tremendous change in our country. Then remote patient recruitment, obtaining consent, collecting data, these are all coming under virtual clinical trials. I'm trying, the last component is telemedicine. Many of us know telemedicine, whether you can follow diagnostics or therapy online in real time, application to the rural audience, all that we keep saying. So these are all forming components I found of digital healthcare. Whether, we should look at some of these in an integrated way, because Dr. Rajesh has a huge vision. Many things as he has said like that, I am wondering whether you also want to include, of course I am trying to explain what I already told you orally, because I don't want to again repeat, because my 20-minute talk became 10 minutes, so I was trying to summarize. So I gave you the summary already. So it's used across AI, healthcare, medical imaging, wearable sensors, empowering virtual assistants, chatbots, whatever. So many examples have been given. It's not theoretical. The only worry there is it has to be based on huge amount of data. I remember sitting in BIRAC, startups would come and apply AI application, and the experts would ask how much data you have. We have 100 points. The expert would say, no, I need 10,000 points. So that is the kind of data you really need for AI to be, because the AI can be harmful also. We should remember many things can happen otherwise. Cyber security is a very important area. And I think AI application has things to do in this area, which is very, very important actually. I already told you about big data analytics. I don't want to repeat big data and e-health, electronic health records. All these have become, these are all part of the digital healthcare. I somehow got fascinated with that, whether a department like biotechnology should get into it. It's just beyond biology. Only people with a background like Dr. Rajesh Gokhale can understand what it can deliver. Perhaps we should involve physicists, we should involve engineers in all these processes and then see how it will. 3D printing, it has come in a big way. I think 3D printers are there in some of the startup labs, probably. And it's actually what is 3D printing? It's a three-dimensional object built in by computer, based on computer design, and then added layer by layer. Of course, it started with material scientists actually, but you have today manufacturing organ. Of course, we are still far away, but people are talking about 3D printing. Can we, for example, bioprinting, bio-ink, combination of living cells, compatible base like collagen, elastin, gelatin, hyaluronan, silk, alginate, nanocellulose. Added layer by layer by layer by layer. And then see, can you develop ultimately an organ? Of course, the press will go overhead and then they will say, oh, we have organ sitting in the refrigerator for you to replace. We are far away from that. But at least we can have tissue like, which can be used for drug screening. Some applications are possible. So this is the kind of thing we can do. Wearable technology is part of the digital healthcare. ECG monitor, we have, I remember BIRAC supported a couple of projects in this area. Wearable belt to continuously monitor the fetal health. Then monitoring of the ECG, I already gave you the example. And this example I already given. And the last point I talked to you about telemedicine, which has a large, wide range of applications. It's not only to the rural sector. You can see, I will not get into the great detail, but it has disaster and quarantine assistance, developing countries, rural health care, industrial health, mobile health clinic, correctional facilities, school health centers, delivery, transportation, all kinds of things. I will not repeat all this. So India, I don't know if the 70 billion is out of date or 70 billion is the current economy value in this country. Startups is almost between 8,000 and 10,000. And if you really look at ranking among countries, I know I was proud a few years ago, only Bangalore was being finding place. But now I find Delhi is there, Mumbai is there, and of course Pune. Sanjay would be very unhappy if Pune is not there. I should end my talk, but congratulate many people who have been. I should, Sanjay is to make a messenger RNA vaccine in this country. It's not easy. All from classical people, I worked on 16 mRNAs in my life. Never thought it can be a vaccine. Never thought it can be a vaccine. But it became a vaccine. So there were technologies available for protection of degradation, and then it became. And therefore, it's never been easy to make a messenger RNA vaccine. So, and he made it in this country. My only worry is DNA vaccine, mRNA vaccine, subunit vaccine, everything we have. But the disease seems to have disappeared. At least there is no demand for vaccine. That's what I am told. So by the time, my plea would be these technologies are valuable. We should think of using these technologies for a variety of other applications. Every other disease. Why not? I think this is where COVID may come back, may not come back. I'm not an expert. People say it will become endemic. Somebody says it already become endemic. I do not know. So, but the point I'm trying to make is technologies have been developed. Now, can we apply it to other? I always, when COVID used to be highlighted, I used to talk about tuberculosis. How many people die of tuberculosis? And how many people die of COVID? So sometimes we are guided by international importance. Priorities are decided. Countries' priorities are somewhat different sometimes. So I want to conclude by only congratulating again Jitendra for bringing the BBC culture. BBC is a uh, bio innovation center, and inviting me to this audience, and Dr. Rajesh Gokhale for a wonderful lecture. That I learned a lot. That a great vision that has been given to you, and we are waiting to listen to Dr. Peter. Soon we will listen to him. And thank you so much. And bye, everybody. This may be my last appearance. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir, for an invigorating view of the medtech sector. The impact of telemedicine, AI, and blockchain is profound and far-reaching. These advancements empower individuals to take control of their health, enabling remote consultation and personalized treatments. Thank you very much.
We would now like to request Ms. Nidhi Srivastava, Director of Finance, BIRAC, to please come here and give us a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. As the Director of Finance, BIRAC GBT, it is with immense pride and gratitude that I extend my sincerest thanks to each and every one of you for gracing this special occasion, the 12th Foundation Day of BIRAC. And it is not a mere coincidence that today is International Happiness Day as well. First and foremost, our deepest gratitude goes to Honorable Secretary DBT and Chairman BIRAC, Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale, for his invaluable guidance and support. I would like to extend sincere thanks to Professor G. Padmanabhan for his insightful remarks. Sir, your mentoring is invaluable for BIRAC. With a deep sense of appreciation, we thank Dr. Peter Hotez, who spared time from his busiest schedule to grace the occasion. Your diverse perspectives have added immense value to this event, and I'm sure will stimulate fruitful dialogue. We are immensely grateful to our MD, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, for his untiring efforts, patient demeanor, and constant support. I am particularly grateful for the trust and confidence placed in us by our stakeholders. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of the audience for gracing this occasion with your presence and participation. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our dedicated team of entire BIRAC family for their tireless efforts and meticulous planning in ensuring the smooth execution of this event. Your hard work and dedication is truly commendable. Thank you once again. Here's to many more years of success for BIRAC. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we move to the next session, let's take a group picture. I would request all the BIRAC officials to quickly assemble on the stage for a group photograph. I would request all of you to kindly take back your seats. We'll soon be starting with the Foundation Day lecture.
Collaboration. And today, representing both myself and my science partner for the last 20 plus years, Dr. Batazzi, looking at this interesting space of neglected disease vaccines and a shared opportunity I think we have certainly with the United States and India, but more specifically Texas, because Texas is probably one of the wealthiest economies in the United States, a multi-trillion-dollar economy and 30 million people. And as anyone who's ever been to Texas knows, we tend to think of ourselves as our own country anyway. So we're going to, and I know our governor was recently here in India. So I want to kind of give you that broad overview of an opportunity to continue our partnership, beginning with Corbevax, but going way beyond that. This is a picture of the, I'll try to make this a bit interactive since I want to keep everybody awake. This is a picture of the Texas Medical Center on the top. Has anyone been to the Texas Medical Center? I see a few hands go up. It's, you know, we do everything big in Texas. It's the world's first medical city. It's got 100,000 employees, 60 institutions, the MD Anderson Cancer Center, Texas Children's Hospital, 4 medical schools, Baylor College. It's a picture in the college in the bottom, and Texas Children's Hospital on the other side. And it's got actually more building space than downtown Los Angeles, but it's all a life sciences hub and a biomedical enterprise. And it's a fantastic place to accelerate biotechnology. And you know, it's very interesting to be here in India and to see how we can also begin reproducing some of these elements here in India. In some ways, you've already exceeded that as well. And the vision for creating our School of Tropical Medicine and creating the Center for Vaccine Development were these neglected diseases. This is a book that I wrote, and Dr. Mukherjee presented me with the first edition copy for me to sign. I was thrilled to see that because the book is called Forgotten Diseases, and my kids used to call it Dad's Forgotten Book on Forgotten People with Forgotten Diseases, but as only loving children can say. And but now it's gone into its third edition. And the idea was this, to harness the power of the Texas Medical Center to solve global health problems. And our specific remit is looking at 20-plus tropical infectious diseases that are highly prevalent among the poor, including in South Asia, that often are endemic in rural areas of low-income countries, really the diseases that the big pharma companies ordinarily would ignore because the financial return typically would be in North America, in the United States and Canada, and Western Europe and Japan. Is there an opportunity, a model, to create something new that's specifically tailored for products for these neglected tropical diseases? These are ancient conditions. You could read about them in ancient texts. Chronic and disabling conditions. They're rising because of climate change now. And 2 very important features on the bottom. They're often disfiguring, so they're highly stigmatizing, such as lymphatic filariasis or elephantiasis. And they not only occur in the setting of poverty, but this is very important. They actually promote poverty because of their impact on child development, pregnancy outcome, worker productivity. And I've worked with Professor Singh, and now Kamal Ral is here as well, and looking at India's major neglected tropical diseases. This is a recent enumeration that we published in the Public Library of Science to make the point they're not rare diseases. They're incredibly common, among the most common afflictions of people who live in poverty, not always exclusively poverty, but they often fall through the cracks because they're not considered big money makers. So human hookworm infection, 102 million people in India with human hookworm infection, especially children and women of reproductive age, including pregnant women. I don't have to tell you about dengue. Everyone knows that story. Lymphatic filariasis, trachoma, sarcosis. The point is every person who lives in extreme poverty in South Asia has at least one of these afflictions, but it doesn't have to be this way. And so the idea behind creating this Center for Vaccine Development, which is, since I'm also trained as a pediatrician, it's called the Texas Children's Hospital Center for Vaccine Development, co-headed by Mary Lane and myself, 20-plus scientists, to see if we can make inroads on making the vaccines that no one else will care about. So I'll talk to you today briefly about a human hookworm infection vaccine. I won't talk about much about our schistosomiasis and Chagas and tick-borne illnesses. And that brings us to coronaviruses. So we didn't start out with an interest in coronavirus vaccines, but what happened about 12 years ago, we were approached by a group at the New York Blood Center, and they said, hey, Peter, Mary Elena, can you help us with coronavirus vaccines? This was for the original SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, that arose out of China in 2002, and Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome, because they said nobody cares about coronavirus vaccines either. They were orphaned just like parasitic disease vaccines were. And so we said, sure, we might as well enlarge the tent, and we started making SARS and MERS vaccines so that when the COVID-19 sequence hit, we were able to move very quickly because we'd worked out all the bugs with those two coronavirus vaccines. And that was fortuitous because this is what the world looked like in 2021, the middle of 2021, as mRNA vaccines had rolled out in the United States at the end of 2020 into 2021. The promise was, hey, don't worry, those vaccines will eventually filter to the low and middle income countries. Well, guess what? It did not happen, right? So this is a map of a bubble map. The bigger the bubble, of the larger the unvaccinated population is. So by the middle of 2021, people were not getting vaccinated on the African continent and South Asia and Indonesia, and we were getting pretty frantic phone calls from ministers of health and ministers of science in these countries, say, can you help us because you're making low-cost versions of these vaccines that we could potentially transfer with no patent, minimizing strings attached. So what happened? What was the failure? The failure, I believe, was in some ways a science policy failure, and this is why the BIRACs of the world are so important. The focus was purely so much on speed and innovation and to get really interesting new technologies out there that nobody had the situational awareness that if you only focus on speed and innovation, it could leave a lot of countries out in the cold, because as any engineer will tell you, there's a learning curve before you go from 0 to the 15 billion doses of vaccines that were needed. If you only focus on new technologies, there's a learning curve. It's going to take time to go from 0 to 15 billion. So could we help? And so the emphasis was on mRNA and particle vaccines. We said, sure, we can transition, and this is how we partnered with Mahima Datla and Biological E to accelerate and transfer Corbevax, which was very much based on our SARS and MERS technology, the receptor binding domain. We like to use recombinant protein expression technology in yeast when possible because it's so low cost and so easy to scale, so it checks a lot of the boxes for global health. And this vaccine, 75 million doses, was used as the primary immunization for adolescents, another 20 million adult boosters. The point is 100 million doses got administered without involving the multinational pharma companies, because the United States government, through Operation Warp Speed, basically had the view that only the multinational pharma companies, the GSKs, the Pfizers, the Modernas, the GlaxoSmithKlines of the world, have the chops to know how to do this. And they were wrong. And I think, as was mentioned, I think we provided proof of concept. And I won't go a lot into the biochemistry of this, but it took us time to work out with SARS and MERS, expressing the receptor binding domain without an N-terminal asparagine that was glycosylated, or in the green box over there, moving a cysteine to an alanine, so to avoid intermolecular disulfide bond formation. But the point is, since we had been working on it for SARS and MERS, we knew right away that we had to do that. The other interesting aspect of what we do, we're a hybrid culture between biotech and an academic organization. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for India. I was talking with Professor Gokhale about this opportunity as well. It's not simply building the manufacturing in the factories. It's creating that whole ecosystem for doctoral students getting their PhD to actually know how to make vaccines. It's one thing to get a PhD in biochemistry or microbiology, but that doesn't really teach you about how to make vaccines. And I think moving in that direction is absolutely the right way to go. In fact, I've had this conversation with our own medical college, and everyone thinks it's a terrible idea So I think we're out in front on this one, but I think it's a brilliant idea, and I'd really encourage it, because this is what we're going to need for the innovation cycle. Then we do the process development in our labs, scale up, and then with the Emory University Primate Center, we showed it was completely protective, no virus replication, the lungs looked pristine. So we knew we had a great vaccine. And then the technology transfer began, and we wound up doing this with not only with India, but also Indonesia and Bangladesh and Botswana. And literally we would send our production cell bank via World Courier to pharma companies, to what some people call the Developing Country Vaccine Manufacturers Network, to these organizations, and then have them do the scale up. But there was a lot of back and forth. And if you know, anyone who's worked in the US knows what it means to work with Indian scientists or scientists in Asia. If you want to get to them, but you want to get to you by close of business your time, it usually means we were getting up at 4 or 5 in the morning. So that was what it was during the pandemic, going at 4 or 5 in the morning every morning, and then late into the night talking on CNN and MSNBC. So it meant I didn't sleep for 3 years, but we did get a lot done. And this then led to Corbevax, produced by Biological E, then very importantly partnering with TSHTI, and we visited yesterday, that did a lot of the human immunology studying this. So it's very much building on a biotech ecosystem that BIRAC and DBT had worked so hard to provide a proof of concept that this really does work, and showed the level of virus neutralizing antibody was as good as adenovirus vectored vaccines, better than many of the inactivated virus vaccines, as good as mRNA, and then step-down studies in kids. And then by this time last year, we're just about at the second anniversary of 100 million doses going into arms in India. So that was very moving, the fact that we can do that. The other problem that we noticed was finally, 2 years later, the World Health Organization approved the vaccine. So that's another problem, I think, that the international agencies need to be more attuned to vaccine producers in places like India, what some people call the DCVMN, the Developing Country Vaccine Manufacturers Network. I think there's still this philosophy that you build a velvet rope around the multinational pharma companies, and then the others slowly trickle in. I think we need to find alternative pathways to actually build regulatory science at the same way, so we don't have a 2-year delay between after 100 million doses get administered for this purpose. And it was that, with that in mind, that we've been, and so now we've made the XBB booster version, so we're very excited about that, and we hope that will go into arms soon in India. But our original intent was this, to make vaccines for diseases of the poor, parasitic diseases in the poorest countries of the world. And so I'm showing you the life cycle of 2 parasitic infections that we're working on, human schistosomiasis, which affects 40 million girls and women living in poverty. It causes a condition known as female genital schistosomiasis, as well as a hookworm infection. And I'm showing you this picture because I wanted to show the map, which wherever these diseases occur are in the purple. And so more or less the global south, Southeast Asia, the African continent, and Latin America. Now imagine if you're in the US or Europe and you're the chief executive officer of a biotech or a multinational pharma company, this is probably not the map you want in your business plan, right? Because where's the big financial return? It's all in the US, Canada, Western Europe, and Japan. So trying to understand what the financial constraints are is also very important. So it's not only about the science, but seeing what's the sustainable business model here. So this is the vaccine that we're very excited about, showing evidence of protection. It's now a major cause of anemia in low and middle income countries, in South Asia, including India, on the African continent, and Latin America. And you can see why this causes anemia. That's actually a picture of a hookworm. It's an animal. It's about 1 centimeter long, and it attaches to the inside of the intestine, cuts up blood vessels in the intestine, and literally sucks the blood to cause intestinal blood loss. So for children and young women, they're borderline iron deficient anyway because of diet. Then it just takes a few hookworms for them to throw you into negative iron balance and anemia. So hookworms are a leading cause of anemia in low and middle income countries, but that's the point, only in low and middle income countries, and children and women of reproductive age, especially pregnant women, are the most vulnerable. And that's why I was so excited that the Indian government is now, in the lower right there, is making this big push to tackle anemia, because this is one of the major cofactors, causes of anemia. It's not only nutritional deficiency, it's, as I like to say, you're not only feeding the kids, you're feeding the worms. And the worms are robbing kids of those nutrients and throwing them into negative iron balance and iron deficiency. And again, here's the map where it occurs: South Asia, the African continent, Southeast Asia, and Latin America. So again, what is the business model? The lead species is called Necator americanus. And the other thing that's happening is the cases seem to be maintaining itself or even rising due to climate change. And these are studies that we did with Simon Brooker and others, who's now at the Gates Foundation, who showed that the larval stages of the hookworm, which live in the soil, and that's how people become infected, are highly thermotolerant. So what's happening with climate change and warming temperatures, it's outcompeting the other parasitic infections and to become the dominant one globally due to climate change. Yet another reason to take this on. And here's where anemia occurs in India and South Asia. It's a huge problem, of course, here. Some estimates, this is from a study published in Clinical Epidemiology and Global Health, not by us, but another group, showing that 50% of people suffer anemia in South Asia. 1/2 of those have iron deficiency anemia. Women of reproductive age, pregnant women, are big risk factors, and they give birth to low birth weight infants, who in turn have poor mental and motor development, high maternal mortality, and it's one of the top 10 risk factors in the world, and it's a huge problem in India. And this is the developmental biology of the worm, only to show you those larval stages that are in the soil that are highly thermotolerant will penetrate through the skin and then go through a long migration of several weeks through the body to become adult blood-feeding hookworms, which then feed on blood. And so this is a picture of a hookworm causing that intestinal blood loss. And the point is, this is one of the most common parasitic infections in India and Pakistan and Bangladesh, in South Asia, in Indonesia as well. So we had worked out a vaccine strategy over a period of years. It actually began when I was an MD PhD student in New York at Rockefeller and Cornell, dissecting out the mechanisms by which hookworm feeds on blood. So what I'm showing you is a cross-section of the hookworm gut that has a series of enzymes to break down the red blood cells. It opens up the red blood cells and sequentially breaks down hemoglobin through a series of proteolytic enzymes, and then detoxifies it through a glutathione S transferase, which is specially adapted to have a heme-binding pocket. Malaria parasites do the same thing. In addition, because animals that feed on blood, like malaria parasites or hookworms, they can't stand heme, because heme peroxidates lipid membranes, it breaks apart DNA. So animals that feed on blood, like malaria parasites or hookworms, have adopted strategies to detoxify the heme, and this is how it's doing it. So we had discovered in our labs this candidate NAGST in 2005, and found that when formulated on alum together with a second immunostimulant, such as a CpG oligonucleotide or a synthetic lipid A, it was highly protective. We saw the X-ray crystal structure of the vaccine antigen to show that there's this big heme-binding pocket in the molecule that the hookworm uses to detoxify it. And it turns out, if you induce antibodies to it, it makes a very good vaccine in laboratory animals. So together with Mary Elena, we've been doing the scale-up process development at a level that could be tech transferred, and then did a series of clinical trials, initially in Brazil with David Demert and Jeff Bethany, where it's highly endemic, and then working with a consortium of European institutions, did additional clinical testing in Gabon. Here's the problem, though. It's still not the definitive phase 3 trial to show that it works. And so this became very interesting. The funders for this said, well, Peter, I'm not sure we really want to fund a large phase 3 clinical trial, which could be quite expensive, to know if it works, unless we already know it works. So what do you do with that? So we were asked to set up a human challenge model to infect human volunteers with hookworm larvae and then test the vaccine and see if it protected. So the group in Washington, D.C., Jeff Bethany and David Demert set this up. You give 50 hookworm larvae on the skin and then follow the larvae till they become adult blood-feeding hookworms. And about 10 to 15 of them become adult hookworms, and then they're feeding on blood and releasing the eggs while also causing eosinophilia, and the idea is to see if the vaccine's protective. And so this was a study that was done. In this case, we did 3 immunizations, but we probably could get away with 2, we think, with this controlled hookworm model to vaccinate and then infect. And our second immunostimulant that was most effective was a CpG oligonucleotide, just like Corbevax. So Corbevax is a recombinant protein on alum made in yeast on alum with CpG. Same with the hookworm vaccine, very low cost, easy to scale, no limit to the amount you could scale, well accepted by parents because it's the same technology used to make the recombinant hepatitis B vaccine, and simple refrigeration. So if you're checking boxes for global health, this is a good one. And what we showed on the left is the controls and the number of, as a surrogate measure of hookworms, the number of eggs that the individual's producing. And on the far right, the formulation with CpG oligonucleotide was 100% protective, actually better than we anticipated. So this was very exciting because we knew now we had a hookworm vaccine that was highly effective. And there's the eosinophil counts on the right. When the larvae gain entry to the gut, that's when the eosinophilia occurs. And it correlates well with antibody. So we know it's an antibody-based mechanism. So the question for our discussion, maybe either at the panel or at the break or at dinner, is now what? Because, why do I say now what? Because in the case of Corbevax, or what we did with Indonesia, once it was made and shown to be effective, the Indian government was prepared to buy the doses, hundreds of millions of doses, because they need to have a guaranteed purchaser so they're not losing vast amounts of money. Not that they want to make money, but you can't sustain an organization by sinking dollars in without some kind of support. The problem is right now we don't have that for a hookworm vaccine because it doesn't have that same sense of urgency that a COVID vaccine has. No one would argue that we urgently needed COVID vaccines as the Delta wave was unfolding across India. But of course, hookworm is a disease of extreme poverty among the poor, chronic and debilitating. So what's the messaging that we use? What's the advocacy we do that get governments, not only with India, but globally, including the US, to care about these vaccines as much as pandemic threats? And I genuinely ask that as a question because I don't think we really have the answer yet. And now, before I finish and close, I'll just tell you about one additional problem other than sustainable financing for vaccines, and that is we're starting to see some breakdowns in our global immunization ecosystem. In part, it started during the COVID pandemic. There was a diversion of resources. There was the social disruption from COVID. In many countries, halted or slowed the usual childhood immunizations for measles, for pertussis, et cetera. And now the World Health Organization is looking at this, and they've created something called the big catch-up. By big catch-up, they mean we're going to catch up immunizations because we've gone down now as globally from 86% of kids getting their measles and pertussis and Haemophilus influenza type B and polio vaccinations to around 80%. So it may not sound like a big decline, but it's the first time it's gone in the wrong direction. The problem that we're facing, not so much in India, but many other parts of the world, is with that big catch-up, it's being slowed, not only because the social disruptions are still lingering, that's sometimes the case, but mostly because of an accelerating anti-vaccine movement that I'm sorry to say began in the United States and is now being exported globally. So this is my concern, as I like to say, this is a picture of me in the monk painting over here, that we're seeing this new rise in global anti-vaccine activism that's going to prevent us from getting where we're going. And this is what I started doing, when I became an MD PhD student in New York in the 1980s. I never dreamed that there'd be something called an anti-vaccine movement. But unfortunately, that is the reality. Making vaccines as an MD PhD student was considered something noble or important. Now we're seeing this aggressive rise in anti-vaccine activism, and the way I got involved in it is because, as mentioned, I have 4 adult kids, including Rachel, who has autism and intellectual disabilities, and the original assertion was false claims that vaccines cause autism. So I wrote this book called Vaccines Did Not Cause Rachel's Autism, which made me public enemy number 1 or 2 with the anti-vaccine groups, but it also gave me some insight to watching how these anti-vaccine groups operate, and that's what the new book is about at the bottom. So just before I end, I want to briefly tell you the different versions of the anti-vaccine movement, because I do believe it's going to start contaminating India. You haven't seen it yet, but we're already seeing it on the African continent. We're seeing it in Latin America, that we've never seen it before. I believe it's a matter of time before we could start seeing it elsewhere. So let me just take you, and then I'll finish through version 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. Version 1.0 was false claims that vaccines cause autism. That began in the late 1990s. That thread still exists, but it's not as prominent as this political movement known as health freedom, medical freedom. You can't tell us what we want to do with our kids, and now it's globalizing. So let me just finish up giving you a brief 25-year tour through version 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. Version 1.0 was the claims that vaccines cause autism. That came out from Andrew Wakefield and his colleague at the Royal Free Hospital in London. They wrote a paper that was retracted with 12 kids claiming they got the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, and that was a live virus vaccine that replicated in the gut, and somehow that led to autism. It was shown not to be true. In fact, there were large cohort studies showing that kids who got the MMR vaccine were no more likely to acquire autism than kids who didn't, and that should have been the end of it. But then you started getting anti-vaccine groups monetizing the internet. They were selling fake autism cures, nutritional supplements. If you go to Amazon.com and type in books of vaccinations, it's almost all anti-vaccine conspiracy books. So they weren't taking no as an answer. So then it switched over to thimerosal preservative, and then albumin vaccines or spacing vaccines too close together. And then about 7, 8 years ago, it became a political enterprise on the far right, and it took hold in Texas. So we got up to about 100,000 kids not getting their vaccines in the state of Texas. And this doesn't say anything about the 700,000 homeschooled kids. So it was becoming a full-blown public health crisis. And that's what took over during COVID. And this is a paper I wrote, and then I'll stop, 2 years ago, called The Great Texas COVID Tragedy. And it looks at the 100,000 Texans who died of COVID, so the worst affected state in the country. And what it shows is that overwhelmingly half the deaths occurred after vaccines became widely available during our Delta wave that first came over from South Asia and England, and then the Omicron wave, because so many Texans refused to take a COVID vaccine because they believed the anti-vaccine rhetoric. So of the 100,000 deaths, almost 50,000 were unnecessary because of that. So the point is, the anti-vaccine movement now has become a lethal force in the United States. So it's in Texas, mostly in Texas, southern conservative states, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and now it's spilling over into all childhood immunizations. So I met with Dr. Tedros of the WHO, the World Health Organization, last year to say now we're starting to see it creep in to the African continent and Latin America. So it's not only the biotechnology. We're going to have a set in place policies and advocacies on an unprecedented scale if we're going to stop this. It's nice when they compare me to Galileo. I'm not sure I want it, but the point is, this is unfortunately the situation that we face. And now we're starting to see this spill over into all childhood immunizations. We're seeing measles come back. It's already happening in Florida and in Chicago. Usually measles is the first one you see because it's so highly transmissible, and I expect to see others as well, and that's what the new book is about. So let me stop there. I don't know if you want to do questions or however. I'm in your hands, so thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Professor Hotes. I just wanted to say that many of his points which he raised would have resonated with us, and some of them would have been on neglected diseases, vaccine, and the shared dream with India, the harness of power of organization to solve the local problems, the humane nature of making vaccines where not too many people are getting into, creating ecosystem for students, graduate students to learn to make vaccines, and also for the authorities of the developing countries to recognize vaccine manufacturing as a major goal. So these things are very interesting, and I can go on and on about it, but now we would request Secretary DBT and Chairman BIRAC to facilitate Professor Hotez. We would welcome some questions if you have some questions which you would like to ask. He would be very happy to answer. I can speak on his behalf then.
Sure, I see Sanjay is raising his hand.
Professor Peter Hotez. I know him for last 25 years, but I think I have not met for last 20 years. Very much dedicated to this neglected diseases, and I got inspired from him. And he's equally famous in White House and Hollywood also. So thanks for coming here. The question is on the policies and that you will tell us, because I think poverty is also part of these neglected diseases. And if we see overall, because now Gates Foundation was last week here, and they are very much keen into eradicating anemia, we want to become participant into eradicating anemia. So it is very important how you would see that these neglected diseases should be prioritized in developing countries or LMICs, and how the vaccination program should take care of them, because I feel this is a very, very important factor. And for us, we cannot become a developed countries if we have not taken care of these lower bound diseases. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree, Sanjay. You know, it's as we've been talking for decades that I've been working on hookworm vaccines, these diseases not only occur in the setting of poverty, but they're actually causing poverty. They're actually shaving IQ points off of kids. They're making people too sick to go to work. They're interfering with women's reproductive health and causing profound anemia, which translates into bad neonatal outcomes. So the point is, one of the reasons I call these anti-poverty vaccines, because they're biotechnologies that not only occur in the setting of poverty, but they could reduce poverty themselves. And I think that in some policy areas is more attractive to the leaders of the G20, that it's in their own enlightened self-interest to take on these biotechnologies. I think the hard part is getting attention to those illnesses in the setting of the pandemic threats, because everybody's racing towards pandemic threats now. It's like, have you ever seen a bunch of little kids play soccer, right? The ball goes off in one direction and all the kids go running after it. Nobody pays attention to play defense. And I think that's what we've got to fix, is how we can do both at the same time. Sure, we've got to commit to pandemic threats, but that doesn't mean we can't also invest in vaccines for these neglected diseases, which we call neglected tropical diseases, but as you rightly point out, they're overwhelmingly diseases of poverty. And this is, I think, one of the key ways to lift people out of poverty. Not the only way, but it's how to harness biotechnology towards addressing economic development.
Are there any more questions?
Hello, good afternoon. So I'm Kamal Rawal. So I work in the area of bioinformatics and artificial intelligence. So we have been working with Baylor team in AI in vaccine development for past 4.5 years or so. So my question is, how can we utilize Gen AI and AI to, number of vaccine development platforms? Number one. And number two, can we use Gen AI to, kind of stop the what we call anti-science movement, the anti-vaccine movements, and the spread of misinformation?
Yeah, these are two important questions. I do think AI and machine learning has an important role, especially for more complicated vaccine targets, because especially if you look at eukaryotic pathogens such as malaria parasites or hookworms or schistosomes or trypanosomes or leishmania parasites, their genome is basically as complicated as the human genome, right, in terms of size and number of genes. And so it becomes a huge bioinformatics problem of how you manage all of the omics. So I think, we need, with viruses, even some bacteria, it's much less daunting, although that's problematic as well. So I think machine learning could be extremely helpful, as we've shown working together, Kamal, with Chagas disease in terms of improving target selection. So I think AI, machine learning, has a lot of useful potential, and I think it will be important. One of the problems, as we've discussed, when people get training in the biomedical sciences, usually AI machine learning is not part of it. But along with Professor Gokhale's vision for the new type of PhD, version 2.0, maybe that would be an important factor to start considering reinventing our doctoral education. In terms of how you combat anti-vaccine activism, it's a problem because it's a political problem first and foremost. So I think the health sector often doesn't know what to do, and that's where we're getting stuck, because it's now been tied to the political life of the United States, and it's not in our training. So we have to work with elected leaders and the politicians on this, but I don't know that we can solve it on our own.
Some more questions?
Yes.
Yeah, it's more of a comment, Peter. Thank you so much for sharing all your insights on the vaccine. I think while most of the people were very not sure about taking the vaccine, but I think there was an important point in that. As scientists, we sometimes do not communicate with our people effectively for them to be able to not understand what we are doing. And I think this was the right way of now understanding that we have to be in touch with people in telling them what we do as a way of educating them through science communication.
Yes, I think that's a brilliant point. In the United States, there's a policy group called Research America that supports our National Institutes of Health, and they do a survey every couple of years, and they ask the American people, can you name a living scientist? 75% of Americans cannot name a living scientist, and of those who do, well, first of all, a number of them is, say, Einstein or Jonas Salk, who are long gone. The others will mention Bill Nye, the science guy, and Neil deGrasse Tyson. So the bottom line is, and that's the U.S., I can't say whether it's India, but I think it's probably fair to say that the vast majority of people have absolutely no idea what we do. And we're basically invisible. And by being invisible, I think it creates a situation where we could be targeted easily, and we're seen as these kind of dark lurking figures in white coats hiding in the shadows, when in fact we're cooking for our families and sending their kids off to school just like everybody else. But I say that's our fault. And I think part of the problem is we're too inward looking in our profession of science. We're encouraged to write and speak for each other, to write our papers within our lane and to write our grant applications within our lane. And the idea that you're going to do public communications is kind of, well, if you want to do it, you can do it, but do it at your own risk, because it could be misunderstood. And I think we have to change that around. So in your new version 2.0 of PhDs, I could make the argument maybe we should build science communication into our doctoral training and postdoctoral training. First of all, not everybody wants to do it. I mean, we know plenty of scientists, right, who just want to keep their heads down and focus on the grants and the papers and everything, and that's fine. But I think a lot of young people want to be out, engage the public, and we need to provide a mechanism for it and an incentive for it. The last thing I'll say about that is, just like everybody here, I get evaluated every year by my bosses, and what do they, I don't see patients anymore, but what do they ask me about? They ask me my grants, and my papers in high-impact journals. That's it, right? Yeah. Not even a mention of the single-author books or going on CNN or BBC. So the institution is basically sending the message, Peter, we don't consider that important. If you want to do it, knock yourself out, go ahead, but we don't consider it important. And I'm making the statement, no, we need to consider it important, because if we continue to be invisible, it creates a vacuum, and the vacuum is going to be filled by the bad guys putting out, weaponizing health and science communication and putting out misinformation.
Absolutely. And talking science language that a layman would understand. Yeah, thank you.
That's right, without lapsing into jargon and not simplifying it too much either. You know, we can talk about complicated concepts, but talk to people like they're adults, but not lapse into jargon. Absolutely.
It's more of an comments and suggestions. I am Dr. Penna Krishna Prashanti, Director of BIRAC, but more than that, I am the practicing internal medicine specialist for the past 25 years. There are two important suggestions. Number one is many of the tropical diseases are really neglected in our country. But the hookworm infestation alone is not the cause of the anemia, because we want to have the anemia Mukt Bharat. We see multiple causes even as infectious
I
diseases.
agree. I completely agree. Yeah, I hope
Yeah.
I didn't make that point.
And that vaccine alone may not be sufficient, number one. Number two,
That's,
we need
let me
to
just address that point. You're absolutely right. So it's a tool along with other interventions, including nutritional supplementation and everything else. You know, let me just tell you the story on the African continent, where we have colleagues that women will often come into the labor and delivery suite with a hematocrit of 6. Why? Because they have malaria, which causes anemia, hookworm, which causes
thousands of thousands of cases of malaria. Still we are trying for a vaccine. Even the typhoid vaccine which we got is not still efficacious. I think now I can request Dr. Rajesh Gokhale sir to take up some indigenous research, collaborating with the API and other tropical institutes, so that we can have the real-time large data from our country, so that we can have the genetic kind of variations compared to the Western population. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. I'll say the other thing about some of these vaccines is they may have to reconsider them as companion technologies rather than replacement technologies. What do I mean by that? So from the African continent, just because we have a malaria vaccine doesn't mean we stop using bed nets or stop using anti-malarial drugs. So it's more of a companion rather than a replacement technology. It may not be as effective as a measles vaccine, for instance, or as a polio vaccine, although it's looking pretty good. So we're going to have to kind of enlarge the tent and think about how these new vaccines are used within the context of health systems.
We can have one more question, and then maybe the others, we may take offline during the tea time.
So, Dr. Peter, my question is almost on the similar lines. The first thing, what you're talking of hookworm vaccine. So, what is the challenge is the protective immunity. So, have you looked into those parameters also of the immunological response? Because long-term infestation in the population can lead to such challenge and missing the targets.
That's right. So, you know, this is still, like most vaccines that we have, we do not have clear correlates of protection. We know, I mean, maybe the only exception that I know of is coronavirus vaccines, because virus neutralizing antibody against the spike protein in the receptor binding domain. For most of our vaccines, we really don't understand in depth the true correlates of protection. Maybe Haemophilus influenza is another one. So that's why, you know, I went to TSHTI yesterday in RCB, because there's a lot of human immunology that we need that goes alongside these vaccines. And I think that's going to be true of any vaccine produced in India, is to have parallel investments in really understanding the mechanisms. Because it could be that downstream we'll get another version of the vaccine. We saw that with the Haemophilus influenza type B vaccine. The first one was the polyribophosphate capsule, and then it took John Robbins and Rachel Schneerson to figure out you conjugated the protein so it works better in infants. So sometimes for many of our best vaccines, the first one out of the starting gate is still refined, and that requires a lot of human immunology to understand it.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mohammad Adil. I'm the Managing Director of Bangalore Bioinnovation Center. I'm an immunologist. My question for you is two questions. What is the impact of parasitology in public health? Another one is, how do we look at parasitology with epidemiology in the aspect of public health towards immunology?
So that's a great question. I think, you know, one of the things that I'm seeing now in our field of parasitology, and it's also true in microbiology, is that in some ways we've gone so full throttle focused on the molecular and the cellular that we've lost a lot of knowledge about whole organism biology, right? We don't train people to actually see these parasites anymore or even know how to do a malaria smear. And I think we have to bring that back into our training as well, to bring in whole organism biology, because that's very important as well. We've gone so full molecular and cellular and found out a lot of fascinating things, but we need both as well, and to integrate it with the public health. And that's what I sometimes see, you know, with the next generation. We're training people very narrowly, just in one specific area, and not giving them the tools they really need to getting back to Professor Gokhale's point, you know, the problem solving. You know, this is one of the things I do with young doctoral students and postdoctoral students. I also do it with medical students and residents. I do this career counseling with them, a whiteboarding exercise. And I ask them two questions that most of the time no one's ever asked them before. Question one is, what problem in life do you want to solve? And second, what does success look like for you in 10 to 15 years? And because our young people are so fixed on the next step and getting into the weeds of things that they don't give themselves time to think about the big picture. And half the time they get frustrated and they have to go away for 2 weeks to think about it before they come back, which is totally fine because at least they're thinking about it. But again, I think reinventing doctoral education so we, you know, build in those critical thinking skills to think about problem solving, I think, you know, can only be a win-win situation.
Thank you so much. Can we have one good, very big hand for...
Thank you very much.
We now request Secretary DBT, Chairman BIRAC, to facilitate Professor Otis. Thank you all for being a part of this inaugural session. We'll now break for tea. Tea served outside. Request everyone to kindly reassemble in 15 minutes so that we can take forward the next part of the agenda. Thank you so much.
May I have your attention, please? We'll be starting with our next session. So, very good evening to all of you. Welcome back for the technical sessions. So, I would like to welcome everybody here for important session today, Women Leadership in Scientific Endeavors. So, I stand before you here with deep admiration and respect for all the trailblazing women who have defied the odds and redefined stereotypes in pursuit of scientific excellence. So today we celebrate the remarkable achievements of women leaders in science who have shattered glass ceilings and have paved the way for others to follow. So their brilliance, perseverance, and dedication serve as an inspiration for all of us. So before we begin this enriching conversation, let me take a moment to introduce our esteemed speakers and invite them on stage. Our moderator for the day, Dr. Divanita Chattopadhyay, Chairman and CEO, IKP Knowledge Park. Her leadership and expertise will undoubtedly steer us through the intricacies of today's discussion. Welcome, ma'am. Now let's give a round of applause for our distinguished panelists for the day. We'll start with Dr. Alka Sharma, Senior Advisor and Scientist H, Department of Biotechnology. Ma'am. Next we have on stage Dr. Maria Elena Bottazzi, Senior Associate Dean, National School of Tropical Medicine, Baylor College of Medicine, US. Next we have Dr. Neeja Bhatla, former professor and head of Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology and head of WHO Collaborating Center of Cervical Cancer Prevention and Research at AIIMS, New Delhi. Next we have Dr. Sudha Bhattacharya, INSA Senior Scientist at Ashoka University. Welcome, ma'am. Finally, I'd like to call upon Dr. Sunita Venugopal, founder of Gulab Seva Foundation. So each of these leaders brings a wealth of knowledge here today and experience to the table, representing the diverse facets of biotechnology industry. So without further ado, let's dive into today's discussion and with our distinguished moderator and panelists for the day. Over to you, Dr. Dipanita, ma'am, please.
So, thank you, and very good afternoon, early evening already. As people trickle in, I think it's time, and I'm waiting for Professor Padmanabhan to come, because, sir, you need to hear what we say. And no, you can come in the front. We'll wait for you. Oh, you're fine there. Okay. You know, when Dr. Jitendra told me that we are doing a session on women in senior positions in STEM, and would you like to moderate? I said I've done several of them, but can we ask some questions straight on the face and see what is the reaction of the panelists, especially because we have panelists of a very diverse group of people, very distinguished people, who have had long exposure and long experience and career in leading organizations and making a mark in their organizations. We really need to hear from them. But what actually is bothering me, and I have to tell BIRAC and Jitendra, why is there no men in the panel? Because without men, this conversation is not complete. That's why I was saying at least Dr. Padmanabhan has to, I may ask a question to you. And it would be, because we need, unless men participate in this conversation, this is always a good to have. You know, somebody told me, I said, you know, I've been invited to this fantastic panel. He said, you are a woman and a woman of color. So it's always good to have women of color in international So don't feel extremely glad. That was my sister. She's like cynical. She said, so remember that. So we have to see, I don't want to be in a panel where just because it just increases the inclusivity quotient or diverse quotient. I want to be included in a panel of discussion which is serious. And that's why I want to have men in the panel as well. So yes, all of you have to participate in this. So the first thing let's do is, many of you may not know the distinguished panel, so I'll start by asking each one of them to introduce the kind of work they do and what's so exciting about their work. I have two other mics, so Alka and I will share this. Yes. So we'll start with Dr. Alka Sharma, please.
Thank you. Early evening maybe, but good afternoon everyone. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the BIRAC family for celebrating 12th Foundation Day and also joining this panel also. This is very, very important topic, but at the same time, we have to hear from all of you also. It would be better to have just informal discussion on this topic because we have to grow together and on that specific topic that we are having, that women leadership in scientific endeavors. Coming to introduction, that I will be very brief, but I would like to just share very briefly that what work I did and what currently I am doing. So after completion of my education from Banaras Hindu University back in 1992, I joined CSR IGIB. For 7 years I worked there. And during that period, I filed as a team member a large number of patents. That time, Dr. Mashelkar used to be DG and the CSR that was a patent era, last decade of 90s. So today I have 18 international granted patents in my credit, and then mostly US and UK. And I see them, but I am in a position that I just support the team, facilitate research. But yes, it gives you a very different feeling. And also, when I was there, I transferred 3 technologies to the industries, mainly the biosensor and also microbial consortium for wastewater treatment. And then I joined DBT in 2000, and I was fortunate enough at that time also to drive many translation projects. So the next question of Dr. Dipanvita, she asked that what I'm doing and actually what is the exciting thing. You really asked me, I'm enjoying each time, whatever I'm doing, the program, activities, schemes in DBT, it's a translational research and outcome is very, very clear. And then I was a part of creating and nurturing biotech innovation ecosystem, promoting public-private partnership, and also coordinating many mission programs, including Mission Govind Suraksha. So the outcome when you see and then you facilitate those things, that gives you satisfaction that whatever you started, you are seeing the end of that day with some fruitful outcomes. So this is in a nutshell my journey, but I enjoyed thoroughly and currently also in senior advocacy. Whatever we are doing, we are enjoying each bit of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Maria, please have it.
Well, thank you for the invitation. As you can see, I am not from India, but I was asked actually before joining the panel how much different is my experience most likely compared to you all that are here sitting in the panel, and my answer was most likely not very different, because I am, as much as I don't look a woman of color, I am a Hispanic woman. I come from Central America, from Honduras. I grew up on the shoulders of giants, and some giants were male giants and some were female and women giants. My male giant is my dad. I was raised by a single father, albeit my mom lives in Italy. I grew up with my dad. Of agricultural origins, we were cattle ranchers as a family. I grew up most of my life witnessing rural settings of my country, Honduras, which is very small compared to the country of India. But I think that initially therefore incited that fascination for microbiology and for tropical parasitic diseases. So as much as having grown with them around me, I think that that's really what probably incited me to become a microbiologist and later a vaccine scientist, witnessing not only the microbes, but also the scourges of what they can cause, especially in populations of poverty. So when I graduated as a microbiologist from Honduras, I moved to the United States to get my higher education. I did a PhD, first in University of Florida, did a couple of postdocs in Miami and then up in the Northeast. And that's when I have to tell you some of the pearls that I'm gonna leave you is one of my aha moments in life when I think I had my first midlife crisis, let's call it, was when I was actually finishing my postdoctoral experience and I really was lost. I did not know what I was going to do after my postdoctoral experience. Should I go back to Honduras? What would they offer me going back to Honduras? What I could offer to Honduras back? Should I stay in the US? What should I work on? Should I have my own labs? You know, so all these questions. And as I was walking the city of Philadelphia, the aha moment came when I said, you know, maybe I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it as a scientist, but my family is a business family, it's an entrepreneurial type of family, and I said, maybe I should diversify my education. And I ended up studying a master in business administration that complemented really well my scientific training. And with that combination of science and business, eventually all roads leads to Peter Hotez, and maybe I'll tell you that story of how I met Peter. And I think that was like the key, that he had the same vision and passion as I did for microbes and especially parasites, with the same idea of developing interventions that would really help really change the life of those afflicted and poor people. But what I brought in was this fascination also of how to craft a business model around the science that we did. And that's how now I help, you know, with our, you know, ecosystem of vaccine center and school and division and, you know, academia and working with many organizations. How do you also bring in the business of science? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Neerja Bhatla, please.
Good evening, and firstly, congratulations to BIRAC on this very important occasion of the 12th Foundation Day, and thank you, sorry about the throat, sorry for the invitation to be here. And I have been heading the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Till recently, I've had a special interest in gynae-oncology for many decades, and in preventive oncology, and I have been in charge of the gynae-oncology services also there, and at the National Cancer Institute we now have at Jhajjar. And of course you heard about our WHO collaborating center at AIIMS. So at AIIMS we have what we call a trinity of mission: patient care, teaching and research. And so my work over the years has been all of this with different emphasis at different times. But of course, a very busy life. And I have actually been at AIIMS right from my undergraduate days, so that's been a long, long time. And my interest was in oncology right from the outset, and I think the preventive oncology was very much on my interest list, but I think it sort of evolved step by step as we went along. I met Dr. Harold Zurhausen at a conference which had been organized by Dr. B.C. Das at ICPU, it was called then, and ICPR now at Noida. And I also met Dr. Jeffrey Tan, who was starting up an organization we call as AOGEN, the Asia-Oceania Research Organization for Genital Infections and Neoplasia. And this was a very, very important platform where I was able to meet a lot of people from the Asia-Oceania region, from over internationally, later got involved with the International Federation of Colposcopy, also had the opportunity to chair the FIGO committee for gynae-oncology. And so being at AIIMS, of course, I mean, everybody knows is a great place, but it gives you an opportunity to work at the bench, at the bedside, out in the community, integrate all of that. It gives you a certain recognition when you approach people for collaborations, which is invaluable. And I think all of that contributed, having the infra at Ballabgarh, starting our own projects in the urban slums and redevelopment areas, a lot of support from DBT. I fondly will always remember, right from even before the time of Dr. Bhan, but we had Dr. B.M. Gandhi, Dr. Rao, and all these people that we have worked closely with. I've known Dr. Alka Sharma forever. So we've had immense support from DBT and BIRAC. Even now we are into some very important projects with BIRAC, and have had the opportunity really to think, what is it that we don't have here? What is it we need to adapt to our needs, and how we can actually conceptualize them? So it's been a very interesting journey, I would say, and a very rewarding one as well.
Thank you. Dr. Sudha.
Good evening. First of all, thanks to BIRAC for including me in this important panel. So I am currently honorary scientist at Ashoka University, but my active career I've spent at Jawaharlal Nehru University. My training has been in gene expression, genomics, and so on. Now, after superannuation, I have moved into an area which is more translational research, and that is to do with rare genetic diseases. And I think it's a very good decision that I made without really knowing this area. It was like a black box for me. But once I've entered it, I realized that there's just too much of contribution that as scientists we can make in this area. So I am getting the opportunity to work with clinicians on the one hand, with scientists on the other hand, and with patients also. So basically what I'm doing is like a bridging between these three stakeholders of rare disease. So rare disease space has a problem that because they're rare in number, so the awareness is very low, even amongst clinicians. So for example, we have doctors who can diagnose a disease based on clinical symptoms. They kind of know that it falls in this particular genre of disease. But for accurate diagnosis, you need, the DNA sequence analysis to know which gene is defective. And they actually discourage their patients to get the gene testing done because they say that, well, there's no treatment available anyway, so what's the point? So that's where we as scientists then come in, and we kind of guide the patient that no, although there's no treatment available today, but technology is moving very rapidly in that direction. And if it's, say, an mRNA based or a gene editing based or gene therapy based technology, you need to know what is the gene that is defective in your case. So as a scientist, that's one role that I'm playing. The other role is to bring awareness to scientists themselves, because these are diseases which really are kind of hidden because people don't know about it. They are not much talked about. But if we look at it from a biologist point of view, rare genetic diseases are actually extremely exciting biological systems because nature has already provided us the genotype and the phenotype. And now you have to link the two and find out what is the pathway that is affected, how does the disease trajectory proceed. So when we talk about it to scientists, they get really excited, and I hope that once we keep talking, there'll be more groups in India who move into this space of rare disease. And lastly, with the patients themselves, because these are diseases which are, most of them are progressive, and the rate of progression kind of varies from patient to patient. So if a treatment is available, how do you know that is working? Because these are slowly progressive. They might take years and years to show really effect. So if I test a drug today for a short term, like for a few months or a year, I may not really see an effect. So we need to do what is called a natural history study to quantify the disease progression. So that's where we then work with patients to have cohorts of patients who are clinically verified and with whom we can work on disease progression. So these are some of the areas that I've just started working on them in the last 5 years, but I think I made the right decision.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you. Dr. Sunita, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Sunita. I'm an internal medicine physician. I used to practice in the US before relocating to India. It's a long journey, like, from where I started and what I'm doing now. But presently, from last 2 years, I spearhead an NGO. It's called the Gulab Seva Foundation. I get fascinated when I see a rose. Sorry, I had to pull this out. What is Gulab Seva? What do you mean by Gulab? Gulab is rose. When you see rose, what do you feel? It's so beautiful, beauty, strength, love, dignity. It all signifies femininity. Sorry, I'm not telling men are beautiful. I'm just telling, it signifies, women signifies beautification. And seva means giving back without any expectations. So it's a journey from stethoscope to strategies, but the mission has been the same, making difference and changing lives of others and creating a healthy community. Why did we start Gulab Seva? The question was, what do I do? Do you know how many people die of cervical cancer every year in India? Any guesses? 77,000. Am I right, Dr. Yalka? It's on an average 77,000. But why? Why are they dying? It's treatable and preventable. This shouldn't happen. That's the reason we started this NGO. And I'm also an active member of Wikiflow Bangalore, and I've empowered a lot of women through skilling. Thank you. This is me.
So thank you. So once we have the introduction of this very diverse panel, I have a question for all of you. What you think are the 3 qualities that make one a leader? What do you think would a leader be? And while being a leader, all of you have been leaders in your own positions, gaining trust of your team, of your organization is an extremely important part. Did you see that? Was it difficult as a woman? Was it easier as a woman? Or it really did not matter whether, and how did you do so? So I will start with Sunita.
The qualities as a leader, I feel number 1, being resilient. When you take steps from step 1 to step 10, when you fall back, you can raise, you can bounce back quickly if you're very resilient. And the other thing is also, you need to always challenge yourself. As a leader, you need to challenge yourself. All of us go through a stress, but being a leader, he can cope up with the stress, and he can bring the team together, and he can give a positive attitude. And the other quality is, you should have a vision. When you climb the ladder, you should see a direction, from 1 to 10. You can't jump 1 to 5, 1 to 6. You need to have a vision. And the third one, I would say, be empathetic. By being empathetic, you nurture relationships, and you also, you can bring in a lot of networking. Through that, you can collaborate, and a lot of opportunities open. I think these are the 3 qualities I feel. And the other thing, the NGO I work, it's for women and by women, so I don't face any gender problem there.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Nirja. So I'm just breaking this. This is
It's there. So let's understand what a leader has to do. Basically, we heard about the vision. So there is a vision that is required, and it has to go from point A to point B, and we know about long-term and short-term goals. And we have a team, because nobody is going to do it alone. You're not a leader if you are alone. And that team is not necessarily handpicked by you. So we have some luxury, for example, when you're hiring people for research projects where you can choose your person. But in general, for most of us, especially in government settings, you are given a team. So I think the first thing aside of the vision is to be able to understand your team and the strengths and weaknesses of each. You also have a duty to help them to grow. So you have to help them to plug their weaknesses while not impacting the growth of your own vision. So you have to understand strengths and weaknesses. You have to listen. You have to listen, and you have to be open and available at all times to listen. And you have to have the ability to solve problems. I think for starters, I would go with that.
Fantastic. And as a team, did you have any problem to gain trust of your team? Sorry, sir, to gain trust of your team?
I think problems are part of life. I tell patients also that. Life is problems. It's a series of problems. A problem which gets solved doesn't remain a problem.
Correct.
So you will have problems. Were there problems that were insurmountable? Some were more difficult and some were less. They even required strategizing and a bit of Chanakya Niti also at times to keep the band together. And it required...
But not necessarily gender related.
Not gender. I have been quite fortunate in this. I was awarded the IARC Woman Cancer Researcher of the Year award last year, and they wanted me to talk about the problems I may have had as a woman. And I don't think, fortunately, that I really faced any. But having said that, I had solid support. I had solid support at home, and I think that is where the crux of the matter for a woman lies. That you need to understand that at least the generation I come from, there were roles which were definitely more for the woman than for the man. But I had a husband who was a hands-on father before we knew that term. And he was very, very supportive. And I had a mother-in-law and a mother who were pitching in constantly to help me. So again, organization. So you have to know which are the tasks which are required. You have to know which ones you have to do and which ones you can delegate. And then trust people to do the job.
Fantastic.
And then trust people to do the job.
Maria?
I actually have 6 principles, but I'll give you the top 3, which are, they're actually my 6 C's. But my top 3 C's start with, first of all, my cultural intelligence. Because I think that we actually have that as a plus. To understand, therefore, how you can not only create, but then understand, listen, the teams, which are also very culturally different, in many cases. So cultural intelligence is my top. And then that has to go with, like we heard already, that courage, but at the same time, that curiosity of really understanding what is that you want to accomplish. And when you ask, what are the challenges? I think the challenges indeed are that cultural intelligence, sometimes we put ourselves down, because I come from Honduras, a small little country, that most likely my education in Honduras was not the same as an Ivy League education in the US. We put our own self down, so the challenge is how to indeed grab onto that courage, understand me personally, but then be really bold and not certainly wait for anyone to come and offer you anything, but just ask. Right. And then ultimately, the challenge is to surround yourself with the people who really intentionally enjoy, recognize who are there for you, that are good for you. It's very important.
So these are some very important points that are coming out to leader, and that's for everyone. It's not gender specific. Sudha?
Yeah. In my experience, trying to adopt a leadership role, I think one of the most important aspects that I noted was that whenever you make a decision, that decision is not acceptable by everyone in the team. So firmness is very important. So if you're convinced that this decision is the right one for your organization, then sometimes as a woman you have to be even more firm, but you shouldn't yield ground, you have to be firm. At the same time you have to be polite. So losing your temper is not a good idea. So that's what I realized as a leader. Then the other thing that I would say is that one has to lead from front. So you have to delegate duties, but at the same time it's your responsibility overall. and you should not shirk that. So you have to be there for problem solving at every step. And another aspect is that you have to see that your organization not becoming stagnant. So be futuristic, have the broader picture in mind, and push people to adopt future goals, keep them in mind as well, while of course working in the present. So as a leader, you've got to keep your vision open. Sure. So those are some of the points.
Dr. Alka?
So very important points have been covered, but very briefly what I would like to share with all of you, for any leadership journey, it is very, very important to think differently and lead the change processes, because that is something, it's a journey, because leadership is not that overnight we are not going
Absolutely.
to do. So it's the entire journey that we have to just see, and being a leader, you have to think really differently, and they have to believe in themselves with can-do approach. If that confidence is there, that is the 50% task is done. And always draw a larger picture of anything with what you have a dream, or you just want to think that what can be done in what manner, and try to execute the task with milestones. And the one important aspect here that everybody has to keep in mind, that there is no shortcut to hard work. And for any journey that applies, and that's a common feature for leadership, and I believe in after certain level, leadership is leadership, there is no gender, women or man, because that is the quality one has. And as far as you are gaining that trust from the team, I would like to say that I always believed in leading by example. So that's the best thing that, in my opinion, can be done. Thank
you. So fantastic. I think some very important points came in. You know, a question that has bothered me is, if we really feel, and you have to say whether you really do think so, that women in leadership positions, and there's literature on it, actually improves the performance of organizations. If you think it is so, what are those parameters of performance that you think they improve? Because I have wondered, if it is so, investors should first question that are there women in the top management? If not, I'm not going to give you any money. How many investors ask this question? So everyone. So it's Sanjay's investors. I have seen many investors. It's all a old boys club. So there not many. So I'm very happy to hear. And this is a conversation we need to, and there should be investors in this room. So, you know, the first question is, do you really, if women can really make a difference? Women, when I'm talking of women, I'm talking of women in senior positions. What are those parameters on which the performance of the organization that are we making? Pardon me?
Is it alpha woman?
Alpha, beta, I'm not talking of. I'm talking of women in leadership position, not really. We are talking of organizations. No.
You believe on that?
Yes. So I'll first go to Maria.
That's a very interesting question. And it's hard to answer, because indeed, you know, you can have metrics, you can see even the performance of some organizations once you toggle right between having a male, you know, leading versus a woman leading. I mean, we're now seeing it also in the political sphere.
Yep.
But I think, you know, I go back to what you just said. You know, sometimes, you know, we impose our own cultural barriers, right? I mean, I was, for example, impressed visiting the facilities during this trip, where many of the scientists, young scientists, are women.
Absolutely.
But then when we sat around the table in the office of the director, they were primarily men, right?
So where did they vanish?
Right? So yes, and I don't know if I don't think it's that they vanish. I think that we don't have the right tools to enable them to walk alongside equally with the path of a male, right? Or you know, and I think that at some level it's our own fault for maybe creating our own imposter syndrome, our own fault that maybe we indeed don't balance. Like you said, you had very lucky that your family was supportive, but in many cases, maybe that's not the case.
Sure.
And so how can we change that? And I think it's really just evolution of our culture, right? I mean, we can see hundreds of years back that women didn't actually have even the right of a voice. And now we, of course, have more. But, and so I think that there's really not a right or wrong answer. I think that all together we should really put as much effort as we can to make it more seamless, and actually don't even question it. It doesn't really matter. I mean, we should have even a blind, right? That whoever is sitting in that directorship position, doesn't matter if it's a woman, if it's a man, if it's of color, if it's of a different color. It's really the capacity, the skills, the values, the principles. I think that's the key, the values of that individual.
Nirja?
So I think everybody brings different perspectives. So definitely the two genders will have different perspectives, as will have different ages, as will have different backgrounds, and all bring different strengths to an organization. But if
Do you believe that women in senior positions actually improve the performance of an organization?
I can't say that I'm biased to believe that a woman would necessarily do the job better than a man given the same, but certainly I do feel that women are more adaptable. Women experience more change in their lives and are again perhaps coached to adapt to change better. So to that extent, definitely they do better. Their empathy levels are better, but if you had, comparing apples and oranges, if you had a man who had the same skill set, he would do as well. So the question is, does a woman necessarily have a better skill set? So yes, in terms of relating to people, probably so, but I can tell you that there are many women who will say that the women are not the best bosses, so I think it's very, very relative.
Alka, because from the government perspective, let's hear.
Yeah, so it's really nice to hear various perspectives. So yes, for women in leadership, actually if you really see, contribute unique perspective and skills. Yeah. So that's always there, and depends when they reach at the position, their thinking and that experience they have gained over the period, they are going to exercise those experiences and expertise, and also enriching the organization and societies. So that is my belief that when the women, any leadership position is driving a team, so it is very, very important to just apply that kind of experiences that the women had in the past. It is not necessary that you also just give the same kind of environment that to your juniors and all. It's a mentorship is very, very important, and that should be in the mind. And if you really see that women scientists and entrepreneurs, they are now the game changers in the society, but we are discussing the women in leadership. So that is very, very important, and it bring that kind of very different environment at times. But as I said earlier also, after a certain level, I think the capability and also quality matters a lot than the men and women. But in many cases, it has been seen that if women is at the highest position, in the leadership position, their organization is working in more that kind of the manner that everybody is together and the kind of empathy and it's being brought to the system. It depends, it's a case to case, but it's difficult to just say that if women is there, then the organization is certainly going to better than the man is the leadership position. And at the same time, it brings positive change also, because whatever you experience in your life, the way actually I said that 3 technology transfers, so I got CSR Technology Award 10 years back. That actually, that I was thinking that scenario has changed. Now for our younger generation, they should getting these kind of awards and that recognition in early stage. So that also matters a lot for just developing that women in a leadership position.
Thanks. So that as an academic, did you have any different opinion, or you think that it really doesn't matter a man or woman on top, or leadership, women leadership makes a difference? Because when I read literature, there's enough literature to say, and what are those performances?
I mean, it is kind of dangerous to generalize, because women are not the same. I mean, you know, we are all very different from each other. But yeah, I would say that there's a natural tendency for women to be more nurturing, and that nurturing ability of women probably helps the organization, because in my opinion, every organization who is doing well because their most inefficient employee is doing better. You know, the good workers are anyway doing motivated and working on their own, but the person who is not doing so well, I think a woman leader is probably better suited to encourage them and to, you know, give them a sense of confidence and self-worth.
So take the organization
so
together.
that they can rise, and that helps the organization because it sets the bar higher. So
Correct.
that could be one reason why women do better.
Sudha?
I love the way each speaker put across their views. You know, I just remember this quote like by Nehru. To awaken the people, the women must be awakened. Once she's on the move, the family moves, then the village moves, and the entire nation moves. It shows how powerful we are, you know. And I also think women are multitaskers. We can juggle between personal and professional life. That's a great value which we can bring in.
Thank you. You know, I'll end with a question, and then maybe if there is time, we'll just finish one round and it'll be open. If the organizations let us continue, we can continue till 8. But we'll see what happens. So then I'll start with you. You know, it is very well accepted that women are underrepresented in leadership positions in all organizations, whether it's corporate, whether it's academia, whether it's government. In 6 to 7 years, do you think that will change? What would you like to see? And how in your organization are you thinking, and this is a question for all of you, what contribution or difference you want to make so that 6 to 7 years later, the underrepresentation will come down, if not, it becomes equal. So I'll start with Sudha. No, I didn't say, I said Sudha, I'll go to Sunita, yeah.
6 to 7 years, I doubt. You know, World Economic Forum says it takes 130 years to close the gender. 6 to 7 is really challenging. But my scope, I run an NGO, so we empower children and women. Maybe, you know, for school kids, we can start like early STEM programs or something. And even for women, we can have some leadership and mentorship.
And you're doing that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Now I go to Sudha. So, sorry, it was Sunita because I was looking at you.
Running out of time, so.
Yeah. So looking at you, but then thinking of Sudha.
Yeah,
yes,
we're running out of time. So, yeah, again, quickly, there are many aspects, but I think one of the aspects is the networking problem that women have, because we just don't do enough networking. And that's because, you know, when we begin our careers, mostly we have our hands full. We are running our organization, lab, whatever it is, and also family. So we don't have extra time to, you know, go around and meeting people.
So how are you going to make a difference today so that 6 to 7 years later, this underrepresentation will get a little more balanced?
Like in my generation, we were, as women, we were really expected to be very polite and take a back seat, you know. But fortunately, this generation of girls who are coming out, they are very bold. So I think we are going to see a real change. They are not going to accept a back seat, and, you know, they are going to be very confident.
Where are my
So
BIRAC girls?
hopefully it will not need much coaxing from us.
Dr. Neerja?
So, you know, I'm going to focus on something which I mentioned about the kind of support I had. But what do the young girls do? And we are going to groom them, right, to be leaders. So what do they do if they don't have that kind of support? They're not living in their hometowns. They have no one to call upon except the domestic help, who also need some supervision. So I think organizations must have a system to help them, to have creches on site, to have ways to bring the children in, to support that. This has to be done as a bigger movement. I'm actually not also for, sorry about that, but I'm not for this childcare leave concept which has started for women for 2 years. You know, I mean, I can understand how tempting it is to take advantage of this and look after your children. It's great for the children. But at the same time, it sets them back. Because even if you think you're going to come in and do some work while you're on CCL, it's not the same. So there has to be a way to make this gender neutral.
I'll tell you, there was one case, actually, Dr. Shanghamitra Bhattacharya, ISI director, ISI Kolkata director. She mentioned a case where actually in one of the Nordic countries, men have to take leave for at least 6 months for parenting. So there is nothing called I lost 6 months, or everyone loses at least 6 months. So yes. Women take 6 months and men take, there is yes. no saying that I'm not going to take 6 months. So parenting is an equal duty that's given to men and women.
I don't know from someone
if we can do it in India, we can look at that.
So that the organizations don't feel that by hiring a woman, they will be losing a hand for 6 months. They will equally lose a hand with the men. But having said that, the women's role does continue for quite a while. And even I can tell you, for whatever I may have said, but if the child was sick, he would say, Mama na jaye, Papa chale jaye. So, you know, there is that bias in the child. He wants to see more of the mother. It is there unquestionably. So we have to do more to support them, to be able to bring in the children, to be able to bring in from half-day school, to have a way to visit on site. It's very, very important.
Maria.
Well, I hope I can be a little bit more optimistic than that you said that, you know, in 6, 7 years we wouldn't. I mean, we've definitely advanced a lot already, but I think my dream would be that we actually just stop talking about it the way that we're talking about it. I think you made a point, right, of that we're talking about women leadership, but there's no men representation. And why do we even have to distinguish women leadership compared to men leadership, when at the end of the day it should be human being leadership? Yeah. So I think the key here is policies, opportunities, without that bias of gender, right? And eventually we'll probably stop talking about it and we'll just get on and do what we actually all need to do. And then it's opportunities based on merits and skills. And, you know, some people, of course, want it more than others, right? I mean, I made my own choices. Maybe you wouldn't have made the same choices, right? I mean, of course, everybody has its own choice. Yeah. Not everybody wants to become the CEO or leader or X, right? Because it comes with also very you know, strict responsibilities. But I think that we should just change a little bit also the way that we talk about it.
Thank you. And we'll end by hearing a policy person. What kind of policy can we adopt?
Certainly, so I'm going to take this thing further very briefly. So having that underrepresentation, that's very in one line, that certainly having more women in STEM is going to act as a catalyst for systematic change to achieve gender biasness and also the gender equality in leadership. That is one thing. But at the same time, if you really see from government perspective, lot of schemes, especially I can speak for DBT and BIRAC, because I also serve as MD BIRAC about 2 years. So we were actually at that time, we were actually having a plan to move from the MTNL building to the new one where the BIRAC is. So at the top position, we were discussing that what is the drawing, where the MD will see it, where the chairman will see it. I said nothing doing, just show me where we are going to have crash. Because that was my actual responsibility being MD, and that I don't know what happened after that, but at least that was posed and that was discussed thoroughly at the leadership level, that we should have, because at times, as everybody agree here, that at times your child is not that sick that you just have to, the child has to be at home, but it's not that fit also to send the school. So at least the officer can bring the child to the office and then go maybe after certain interval and just go to the maybe lunch or spend some quality time with the child. So that is one thing. Second, if you really see the schemes, so the government actually is very sensitive towards this, and then the DBT started BioCare scheme where if there is some break after PhD, after some kind of personal, and then also the society demands for the women that after marriage and all. So the women scientists can join back
and they have to find a place to work. Otherwise, everything is being supported by the government in terms of salary, consumables, travel, everything is the same, including salary. So that's a BioCare. Even the DST has various schemes, and as far as entrepreneurs are concerned, BIRAC has developed many schemes, women-centric schemes. So it's not only women researchers, scientists. Nowadays we are having that entrepreneurs also together with them, and we are now seeing the awards and all in each year that is going to the women entrepreneurs. So that change is there, but as I agree with everyone maybe in the audience also, it is going to take some more time, not 6 to 7 years, but yes, it's a continuous process, and everybody has to work together in terms of mentorship, and every established women leader should have the responsibility to mentor young generation, next generation, to boost their confidence. That it is doable, that can be done.
Actually, I think being able to say that this can be done, whatever you want to achieve can be achieved, and show by example, lead by example. All of you are setting examples, and I think with that, it's a great note to end. I would request if there is one, because I know it's 6 and Sonali said we have to end at 6. There's an all men panel after this, and I said, Sonali, let me decide. And so I will take 2 short questions, and if Dr. Padmanabhan has a question or a comment, I would like to hear, because he has seen, yes. And if you need a mic, here it is. Should I jump down? Not from here. Oh, there's a mic there.
I don't have any profound wisdom than what has all been discussed already. But I gave a talk at the Institute of Science beginning of this month, all Global Women's Day.
Yes.
And I tried to pick up cases.
I know.
But all have faced gender discrimination in some way or the other. And I somehow feel women coming up to leadership position is much more difficult than men coming up because of gender discrimination, because of security problems. I somehow feel these two must be tackled. Of course, this country, we revere women, but at the same time we can be nasty as well. This country, we have examples.
We have enough examples of that
So
too.
that's the only comment I have.
Thank you.
It's very difficult for them to come to leadership positions. It's not easy.
So thank you. And with that, we have to say we have a fantastic panel here. Any one question and we'll close. Oh, there are 2 hands and okay. Alka has said take both. Now you have to say take both. Yes.
All the points are accepted, but one thing I want to add is the flexibility of the timings to the young scientists or the young employees where it has to be taken. And I am the example where in the age of 52 years, I am picked up by PMO. I am the only doctor from the entire country, only woman doctor in the entire country. I had a very tough task of journey in that 50 years history of both Telugu states. I am the first lady chairperson of Association of Physicians of India. So I know what are the troubles. I have 50 employees with me in Tirupati. I give all the flexibility of the timings.
Fantastic.
For all the women employees.
Fantastic.
They can come at 7 and can go by 3, depending on their convenience.
Thank you. And I say that for all men and women, you don't need to log in time, just performance and outcomes are important. Madam, you had a point, please.
Before my question, can we take this moment to have a big round of applause for all the BIRAC women?
Yes.
My question is around, we talk about leadership, fantastic, but before that, women do cross the mid-level management. So while we are at mid-level management, there are a lot of organizations where the contribution from women gets unnoticed. So should women be blowing their own trumpet or waiting for the organization to recognize it? That's the question for everyone. So anybody can answer.
So,
please.
Can I answer? So,
so
we were just went into best places to work. There is a recognition best places to work. And this was the first thing where I participated where I didn't got 100 out of 100.
Oh.
We got 92. And I was ranked best place in the healthcare system, a pharma system as a company. The marks which was taken 8 was, they said, we don't have at a top leadership position enough women
That's what I
leaders.
said. We need.
So we started 2 programs especially, and this is one from the Tata Trust kind of thing and one more independent, that we have started from the starting very entry level up to the level that how we can understand, how we can build the systems, because it is not the question of inequality. It is the question of that everybody should be given enough opportunity to go on the top. And if because of family situation or something happens, they should not be discriminated, because my wife is a scientist at the top, my daughter is a medical fraternity, so I want to see them also growing, I want to see every woman. This is the first thing. The second thing, from the day I started, we have 12 months fully paid maternity leave.
And for men as well, right? Please make it for men as well.
What thing? No.
No, please do, please.
I'm not
Because
that crazy. I'm not that crazy. I understand situation in the country. I come from the grassroots. I'm not that crazy. If a woman needs a 12 months paid leave, it should be there, but there is a paternity leave. If men want to go, for them also there are 4 weeks leave anytime they can take.
Okay.
So because it cannot be taken as a unwanted umbrella. It should be considered what is required, and we should build it. Otherwise, if you carry unwanted umbrella, it gives a negativity towards the gender, and this is also very important. So I see Alka ji sitting here of so many years. I have worked with very closely with Renu ji, fantastic leaders. So there is no problem into it. We should only support where there are problems. We should go and support it and build them up. That's all. This is my comment. Thank you.
Yeah. And when we say we, it is men and women together. Yeah.
So
And we have to end it. Okay, you last.
Just to add one thing, that because I am sitting here from government perspective, so I must tell everyone here that sensitization is there. Any committee without at least 30% women representation is not approved at any level.
Oh.
Minimum 30%. I am not saying it can go up 50, 60. Minimum representation from women expert, any committee, that has to be there. So that is the government has taken that decision, and that is across the discipline, and that has been conveyed to everyone that any committee below 30% representation from women is not approved. So you can go up to whatever level you want, but not below.
So with that very positive note, I think let's end this session. Please join me in giving a big hand to over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So I really, on behalf of BIRAC, I want to, ma'am, please, we need you on the stage, everybody, please. Yeah, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers today for their active participation and valuable contributions. Thank you. And let us all strive for a future where gender equality is not just a reality, but a mere scientific cornerstone in scientific excellence. Thank you. So may I request the moderator of the session to please present the mementos to our distinguished panelists. We'll start with Dr. Alka Sharma. Okay. Yeah. For Dr. Alka Sharma. A round of applause, please, from ma'am. Next, we'd like to request to Dr. Maria Elena Bottazzi to please accept the memento. We'd request Dr. Neeja Badla, ma'am, to please accept the memento from our moderator. Next, we'd like to give the memento to Dr. Sudha Bhattacharya. Finally, we request ma'am to please present the memento to Dr. Sunita Venugopal. Now I request Dr. Sonali to please present the memento to our moderator for the day, Dr. Deepanida Chattopadhyay. We'd like to request our BIRAC officials, Dr. Chaya, Dr. Arti, Dr. Prachi, to please have a photograph on this. Thank you. Thank you.
So, good evening, everyone. We'll be starting with our next technical session. उधर से चेयर पूरा पुश करना पड़ेगा उधर रखना है हाँ हाँ ये उधर रखना बेटर कहाँ रखा है पानी नहीं है पानी नहीं है Good evening. My name is Chandra Madhvi. It's my pleasure to welcome you all for the panel discussion on Roadmap for Viksit Bharat. So we are delighted to have you all here for this exciting panel discussion. We truly appreciate your presence. Today we have the privilege of hosting a panel of distinguished experts who will share their insights on how innovation and research can help to develop roadmap for Viksit Bharat. So let's start by welcoming Professor Narendra Kumar Arora, Executive Director, the Incline Trust International, who will be a moderator for the panel discussion. Thank you, sir. He is currently serving as an NTAGI Chair, National Technically Advisory Group on Immunization. Currently, Professor Arora is serving as a member and of the WHO's Global Advisory Committee on Vaccine Safety, and WHO's Scientific and Technical Advisory Group for Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health and Nutrition, and co-chair for WHO's Scientific and Technical Advisory Group, Working Group on Anemia. Give him a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. And now I'm delighted to introduce our panel of accomplished speakers, each of whom will bring a unique perspective to our discussion. So join me in extending a warm greetings to our panelists as they take the stage. Now I invite Dr. Sanjay Singh, is the CEO of Genova Biopharmaceuticals Limited. Dr. Singh has focused on innovations in biomanufacturing technologies that culminated in the commercialization of 7 life-saving biotherapeutics in the segments of cardiology, neurology, nephrology, and oncology. And Dr. Singh has led the Genova to develop the first thermostable mRNA-based vaccine, which got the emergency use authorization. Thank you, sir, for having here. And our next panelist is Dr. Kapil Mittal, is currently working as a president, vaccines and diagnostics at Zydus Life Sciences, with over 2 decades of experience in the field of vaccines, biologics, and diagnostics research. in development and manufacturing. So over the year, he has led the development of numerous viral, bacterial, toxoid, polysaccharide, conjugate and protein subunit vaccines for the human and veterinary use. He also has led the research and development of the world's first DNA vaccine against COVID-19, which is JICOV-D. Thank you, sir, for being here today. And next up on our agenda, Dr. Nimesh Gupta is a distinguished viral immunologist serving as the head of the Vaccine Immunology Laboratory at India's premier National Institute of Immunology. Dr. Nimesh established the Human Immune Monitoring and T-cell assay platform that was instrumental in supporting vaccine development during COVID-19. Thank you, Dr. Nimesh. It's an honor to introduce our next panelist, Padma Shri Sharad Kale, associated with Baba Atomic Research Institute as a head nuclear agriculture and biotechnology division and head food technology division. His major contributions are in the fields of pesticide microbial interactions and environmental impact of pesticides, solid waste management. He has developed several technologies, including Nisarguna biogas technology for rapid composting. And he was awarded Padma Shri in 2013 in the discipline of Science and Engineering. Welcome, sir. Our next speaker, Dr. Shubhra Chakravarti, Director, National Institute of Plant Genomic Research. Her major research interest is focused in the area of nutritional genomics, plant immunity, multi-host resistance, proteomics, and plant biotechnology. She has been given many prestigious awards and fellowships such as J.C. Bose National Fellowship Award, Tata Innovation Fellowship Award, National Young Women Bioscientist Award, and many more. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. I am pleased to introduce Dr. Vishal Rao, is a renowned head neck surgical oncologist. He is the country director at HCG Cancer Center. He has received various awards from state and international bodies, such as the Kempegowda Award and the Judy Wilfield Award for tobacco control by WHO partners. And Dr. Vishal is the inventor of Om Voice Prosthesis, a $1 speaking device designed for throat cancer patients. Thank you once again for being a part of this discussion. I request everyone to give a big round of applause for our panelists. We are looking forward to stimulating conversation. I'll hand it over to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to BIRAC for their outstanding journey. And in fact, BIRAC has become an example for many other departments how translation of activities as well as taking a product from right from the bench ultimately to the community. And this has been a great journey, and I understand some of the other departments are also contemplating to have similar structures within their framework. So we are going to discuss roadmap or perception about roadmap for a Viksit Bharat. And I was looking at the background material, and what I realize is that one of the most important dimension of a Viksit Bharat, that is, we are talking about 2047, that we are talking about a civilizational framework. And that is that Viksit Bharat is one where societal good takes a primary focus over everything else. And then when we talk about societal goodness, that also means access and equity, an inbuilt part of that. But that does not mean that profit is to be forgotten. But profit is not to be considered as a key measure of success. Profit is important. And here we have a distinguished panel from industry, from academia, and also from a active clinical practice background. And we would be discussing that how our panelists have in their mind, what they have in mind to move forward. I would also like to make two more points here. One is that for Viksit Bharat, as I said, the paradigm I mentioned, but it should ultimately lead to three things. It should lead to investment, it should lead to economic growth, and it should lead to innovation. But it's a two-way thing. Innovation, growth and investment, or either way. But one has to, I would also request my panelists to talk about that when we have to create this ecosystem, what would be the role of state. The second important dimension of Viksit Bharat is Vishwaguru. And Vishwaguru means that we need to be leader. And that includes that R&D has to be a very core of this, and that is what DBT and BIRAC talks about, whether it is innovation, invention, or discovery. And third component of this is that we have to have a grand alliance or holy alliance of various stakeholders having greater trust and confidence on each other. Many of these things I am mentioning because we need to kind of move several steps into that. So I will first come to Sanjay, that I know your background, you are a scientist, and with a kind of very illustrious science background, you have gone into an industry which is very demanding. On one side, the industry requirements, but on the other hand, highly scientific approach is required. So in your view, where do you see a innovation and discovery-led and invention-led industry led by you over next 10 years? And if you can also mention a few, what are those challenges or market failure issues, whether it is investment, regulatory issues, political failures, what are those challenges which you are likely to say that they should be taken care of?
Thank you, sir. So first I would like to congratulate BIRAC for its 12th Foundation Day. I think I was one of the very first grantee of the BIRAC program, and at that time 8 crores was very, very important. So it made a big difference, and thank you BIRAC. And I think the product which we make from that saves thousands of lives every month, which is stroke medicine and heart attack, and it is one of the top selling products in the country. So thank you BIRAC for this. Now coming back on the science and next 10 years, next 30 years, the biggest problem has happened that somehow academic, industry, policymakers, governments, they don't take on big programs. So one by one policymaker will change, they take small things, they do these things. But it is very, very important for a person like me, if someone wants to listen my view, we should take big problems and solve it, not small problems, because big problems have rewards, small problems doesn't have rewards. And big problems are very, very difficult. And one of the examples you might have seen, Moderna, Pfizer, and Genoa, we are the three who made the mRNA vaccine. But for us, the big problem was its equitable distribution. We cannot distribute our vaccine at -80. Yes, it took us 6-8 months more, but finally we made it. And we also did not follow standard not replicating mRNA. We employed self-employing mRNA. So I think for BIRAC, I would like to announce that work has been just accepted this week in Nature Medicine, and hopefully it will feature, so powered by BIRAC. Thank you, BIRAC. Now the question is, COVID is gone, what next? We have 3 or 4 big problems in the country, and we say we are going to solve it, but here neither the industry partner comes, nor the policy partners comes, nor the academic partners comes. I consider tuberculosis the big problem for my nation, and if you want to really lead the globe, we must tackle this problem by our own. We are trying to do it, and we welcome partners. Dengue is such a big problem. 2 vaccines have been approved. Both are substandard. Both have problems. And I say that they are substandard, so take it as it is, because FDA refused to take both of the vaccines. We must solve, because during dengue season you see millions and millions of people get infected. These are our big problems. I have given only two examples. We make one of the best technology, we make one of the best vaccines, and also take it to the global standard, take it to the global level. This is, I want, we solve our local problem, but solve local problem in such a way that they could also be helpful for the global problem. So this is part one. I will say that where investment, where research, where development would go. And I'm giving by example. Second is that, yes, I always quote that in India, biotechnology has made many strides because there is a department of biotechnology. Not 90% country, forget about America and few Western countries where biotechnology was given, but that was because of NIH, because NIH pumps $40 billion every year, so that is why the research runs. But here, Department of Biotechnology said the future for this is going to be gene and cell therapy. We should move away from these small things. We have made this biosimilar, we have made that biosimilar, we have done this. What are our needs like sickle cell anemia? Such a big problem. Hemophilia A, such a big problem. There are some retinal disease, these are big problems. Can we go to gene and cell therapy into it and make a difference? Can we take mRNA into personalized cancer vaccine? This is the big problem. HPV, I think, Madam left. HPV prevention is one thing, but the people who are infected, and number is 70,000, she said, but I know the number which is many times higher than that. Can we make a therapeutic HPV? Is it possible to make therapeutic? So I would say for the next 10 years, we should not target small things. The small things should be given to the different class of people. We should target our big problems, 5 or 6 big problems, and create a world standard for it. So this is my comment. And failures are part of life. If you take big failures are there, but you should have enough perseverance to make it happen, and it will make it happen. Only imagination is required, you can do it. Anything you want, you can do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. That the key message is that we need to have big and ambitious dreams and take up big problems to resolve them over the next 10 years. Nimish, I'm aware that you are a very distinguished immunologist and have been participating in vaccine development very actively during COVID program. So what is your vision for next 10 years? From two aspects, I would ask. One is taking this whole vaccine R&D frontiers to the next level. And the second is that we find that mucosal immunity and mucosal vaccines are something which are real big challenges. And most of the pandemic in the past as well as future will be those which attack the mucosa, either respiratory or GIT. So what is your kind of vision for next 10 years on this issue?
Thank you, sir. I'll start with congratulating BIRAC. And we must appreciate this very creative way of celebrating the day by having very important discussions. So, I believe in success stories. So if I start answering that first question on the vision for, let's say vaccine development in our country for next 10 years, and if we really have to achieve that Viksit Bharat by 2047, I think we have to revisit some of the approaches and we have to think big. It's basically, I'm echoing what Dr. Singh has said, tackle big problems, but I am also, saying that what Dr. Rajesh has said initially, that, we should have big dreams. So we should think big. And the question comes, how and where we should do that in the overall development phases of vaccine development, right? So there are multiple verticals. My take is, being an immunologist, I see that there is a scope in a very early phase or the innovation phase of the vaccine where we should have a forward-thinking framework. And the framework which can actually help in capacity building for vaccine innovation, which can help us to, strengthen the discovery phase. And third, which can actually help us to utilize the resources and the potential that we already have, right? The question comes how to use that. What is the way that we can go ahead? What kind of advancements? Who will do it? How we fund and how we support that? And the major question that comes to when it comes to the vaccine science or research is about sustainability. So what my take is, the major part in those verticals, very first are the vertical for vaccine technology platforms. We have fantastic, vaccine available now, the candidates like mRNA vaccine in the country. We still need to probably improvise on that, enhance, that particular capability on the vaccine technology platforms. Second is about delivery. The vaccine delivery is a major challenge, and I think this part we'll again discuss in the answering the second question, is maybe the cell-targeted deliveries and the specific route deliveries, which has to be, innovated. Third part, immunology. I think we still need a lot of immunological understanding of what we need to get a long-term protection and how that could be induced by a particular, a candidate. And fourth, which we have been talking about, is utilization of the artificial intelligence. My faith and my opinion is a little bit away than utilizing artificial intelligence only for the vaccine design. We should also think about utilizing AI for vaccine assessment, right? We should take the, our knowledge from immunology, from human immunology to these platforms, and then to probably simulate what kind of immune responses on an average are required to get a protection and the long-term memory. So I think we say that all these things probably exist in the country sporadically, but what my belief is that we should bring these verticals at one place with one mandate and let them work hand in hand with a very clear mandate on these four verticals under maybe a Center for Vaccine Innovation, which is supported by government, but there is a clear need from the industry side into that. So we should think about a very strong industry, government, academia partnership in those places where the such expertise, a very state-of-the-art infrastructure is actually placed, and the questions, the investment plans, all depends on the kind of interest that both industry and the government has, both in terms of the human health as well as in terms of the future returns. So this is something which is my vision is that if we can bring such expertise at one place, we can actually tackle one particular big problem, and we can then sustain it by probably utilizing or connecting it with the immunization programs, right? In our country, we always need the evidence for our immunization program, for their schedule, their duration, the further boosters of the vaccine which you are already using. So I think such centers can help to always address to such questions, and that will give them the sustainability. So this is what I think in that particular direction on the vaccine science and the vision for the future. The second point on the mucosal vaccines, I think this is probably a multi-billion-dollar question, and we have been looking at that particular question maybe from several decades, that how we can actually make good vaccines. For the interest of audience, just break it from mucosal to intranasal vaccine, right? In context of COVID, it may be easy to understand. I can highlight 4 limitations why we were not able to achieve it yet, and then I'll try to try to see that how we can overcome those 4 limitations. One is the selection of antigen. Second is the delivery, right? That is the most a difficult task in case of the mucosal vaccine, the delivery, to reaching to the right cells and avoiding the barriers in between. And third, how to induce the mucosal memory, right? How such immunity can be induced. So if we see these 3 things, I think innovating at the delivery part is something which probably have to find the ways to reach to the target cells.
Can you be brief?
Yeah, to avoid these barrier integrities. And second, about looking into the responses that we need in terms of the memory is what memory we exactly need and what will be the counterpart of that memory from the mucosal surfaces to the systemic circulation. So I think those are the 2 major things. If we are able to achieve the delivery and the mucosal immune correlates, I think that will help us to then design better candidates for the vaccines for the disease which are actually of, let's say, respiratory or the mucosal.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kapil, as in the opening remarks, that one feels very proud that you have the only DNA vaccine for human use in the world. Unfortunately, it could not be used in the program. So how do you intend to take that ecosystem which you have created, DNA vaccine specifically, but in general, from your industry perspective, and what kind of challenges you foresee? Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir.
I'm so sorry. I have a flight slot at 8:40, so I have to leave. I'm so sorry, but thanks for inviting, and I will take chair permission to leave. Thank you.
Yeah, Kapil.
So let me continue. So I think I'll take a step back and first of all try to understand what would be the challenges the country would be facing in the coming next, say, 20 or 50 years. We all are talking about Viksit Bharat, and today we are a 3.4 million US dollar, 3.4 trillion US dollar economy, and the fifth largest economy in the world. And in the next 3 years, we will become the third largest. And by 2047, we are expected to cross 30 trillion US dollar and have all the attributes of a developed country. But at the same time, if I look at the healthcare system, and for that matter, let us just look at our population, which we are the most populous country right now in the world, with 1.4 billion people. By 2047, we would be almost 1.6 billion as per the estimates, and then probably it will plateau down to around 1.1 billion by end of the century. But what it is going to also impact is on the lifespan and the age distribution of the population. Now, if you look at the lifespan, which is currently around 69 years, it is going to go up to 79 years. And if we look at the age distribution, we have a younger population right now of around 10 to 35 years, which constitute the major chunk of our population. And this is going to become more elderly population by end of the century, with a major chunk would be in the age of 50 to 75 years. So what it tells us that another area which one would need to focus is on the geriatric vaccines or biotherapeutics. The second aspect which we need to understand is in the last 20 years, we have been able to bring down the level of infectious diseases in the country. Even though there is a lot of work still needs to be done, but we are seeing a lot of increase in the non-communicable diseases. We are seeing diabetes. India is becoming a capital of diabetes. There is a lot of lifestyle diseases like heart and lung diseases which are increasing. So one would need to develop therapeutics for that. They can be on DNA platform, they could be on mRNA platforms, and I'll come to that a little later. And our current universal health coverage is only around 45%. Now, if we want to be a developed country, we won't need to increase this. US is around 80%, Norway leading the show. So we will need to work on those aspects. Now, having talked about the general population, if we look at the pediatric population, overall there has been a decline in the mortality of under 5 years globally in the last 3 decades from 12 million, this is WHO numbers, to around 5 million current mortality rate. India has done well by reducing the mortality rate by 76%, but still almost around 79 to 80,000 kids die every year in India because they are not being vaccinated. So the health coverage and the vaccine coverage has to be really looked into and worked upon. Another aspect which is important to note is if we look at the global birth cohort of 140 million, around 15% of that population is either unvaccinated or under-immunized. And India contributes to almost 1 million of that population, even though the numbers is small compared to a birth cohort of 27 million. But that is another aspect to look at and work on coverage. Now the coverage is primarily low because of vaccine wastage, the delivery mechanism, so that's another area which needs to be looked upon. The third challenge which we would be facing in coming years, which I think a lot of people are talking about, is antimicrobial resistance. It is expected almost like 10 million people will die because of AMR by 2050. So another area where we need to focus upon is on bacterial infections which are bound to become antibacterial resistant. And the fourth area which I feel is most important is with the climate change. I think there is emergence of a lot of new diseases, redistribution of existing diseases, which needs to be again looked into. There was reading an article where they said that the malaria plasmodium parasite has been detected in Aedes mosquito. We all thought about Anopheles. So even the vectors are adapting itself, and with the different mating habits, biting habits, there would be a lot of disease which will come up. Chikungunya is now seen in Europe, in US. So I think these would be the primary areas. So with that, what we would need to focus upon with the newer technologies is to look at how we can use the existing platforms, whether it is mRNA or DNA or viral vector platforms, to see how we can address these challenges. The advantage in some of these platforms is they are plug and play technologies. They can be rapidly designed, they can fail rapidly, and again can be re-engineered to the next generation candidate. And with the DNA platform which you talked about, I think we are working on these aspects. Some of the pathogens which we have picked up would be targeting these areas, because we believe these would become the major challenges of the future. We are just not looking at the current challenges. We see there are a lot of challenges which are going to emerge. There's going to be a next pandemic, and how to be ready for that. So that is what we are looking at. We are also using this platform for developing a lot of biotherapeutics. There are a lot of work which has started happening in developing DNA-based maps or DNA-based bispecific T-cell engagers. Now this we know is going to be the next big thing with the CAR-T and BiTE therapies which are coming in, and Sanjay mentioned about cell and gene therapy. But on a DNA platform, the advantage is it leaves back the toxicity caused by the MABs. You don't need to give a repeated injection in the MABs because of the short half-life. That is a major advantage of the DNA platform. It's thermostability, easy to handle, easy to manufacture in a BSL-1 facility. The lot of challenges which are associated with its manufacturing and scalability has already been addressed when we developed ZyCoV-D. Now it is just to use this for the next generation vaccines, and we have already demonstrated the safety of this platform in number of preclinical and human clinical trials. So I think that is what we are focusing on, and that is how we want to take it forward.
Thank you very much, Kapil. So we see on one side a lot of public health issues. You're talking about the changing the demography of the country, and also this whole issue of universal health care. But leveraging on existing technology, innovating and upscaling that, and updating and re-engineering them. Thank you very much. And Shubhraji, I will come to you, and as I read about you, you have done several milestone works on linking nutrition, agriculture and genetics together. So what is your vision, and in your area, how is going to science become, India is going to have a kind of a leadership role in the area and you are working?
So thank you. So first of all, I would like to congratulate BIRAC for 12th Foundation Day. And Dr. Maithal has possibly made my starting easier, because he already has put into the NCD, and I would start on NCD because, if you see the FAO data, on the human nutrition, 70% of the nutrition comes from 70% of the vegetarian diet. And that is where we need to look into the plant as food very importantly if we have to tackle the NCDs, and which is globally 60% of the cause of the death that he has already mentioned. And in that case, I would like to flag 4 of the important diseases that would be related to the kind of non-communicable disease. One is the PEM, that is protein energy malnutrition. Second would be anemia. Third would be possibly CVD, cardiovascular disease. And the fourth would be, I think, diabetes, which everyone here would agree on. So these are the 4 diseases, and if you look into the statistics, in say that when we are tapping the biodiversity at one hand, the other hand is India is actually blessed by having huge kind of genetic diversity, and we have lots of germplasm collection in our gene bank, particularly to NBPGR, and also something is there, although in a CGIAR organization, that is the ED India office, or to the ICRISAT office. So can we also tap this huge germplasm resource to come up and find out some of those germplasms where, let's say for example, you are looking for a rice, and rice is a major cause, possibly people say that diabetes. So can we have some of the germplasm which has less of those amylose, amylopectin problem, but it has more of protein or more of other micronutrients and less of anti-nutrients. So this kind of program, I must tell the DBT for last 4 years, they funded 10 such very huge program, and I think Nimesh talked about, or somebody else talked about, that we need a big program, and it is a time where we need big program because we have learned how to run those big program in a collaborative manner. And I really want to flag here that we need, if we want to connect the agriculture with the clinical nutrition, we need a concerted effort of, combination of people who are from plant, from medicine, and many other aspects, so that we can build a program. And those kind of program already are in place. What I feel is that by next year to next 2 years, those programs would be yielding lot of new alleles, and that is very important, because if we try to think, our kind of a food habit in an Indian scenario is very different than a food habit that we have in across the other side of the globe. And in that case, our gut microbiota is very different. And therefore, the type of alleles that we get from our own germplasm, can we exploit them? And since this big 10 huge program, 2 on rice, 1 on chickpea, 1 on other legume, 1 millet, and many others. So those will come up with those super alleles and allelic variants, which can be, I think, a starting point for BIRAC to start building programs towards biomanufacturing and towards having better food for all in collaboration with industry, in collaboration with startups, in collaboration with entrepreneurs. So that's the avenue is coming by next 1 year. After next 1 year, I would say, and DBT anyway is having task forces where Agri and Nutrition have made a joint task force, and some of the programs have been already funded. And this is very important. So I think this Indian allele anyway, then we also make a Make in India, and this all would be Make in India. We are starting from the scratch to the end of the product is a Make in India in that case. So second point is I flagged the issues, I flagged what we can tap. So how do we do that? So comes the technology. So in that case, lot has been said about the AI and ML, and we have been started using AI and ML to come up with models on these nutrients onto all these crops. So if we have those models and we have the biochemical pathways or metabolic pathways, that would be a technology that we need to have in place, and which is in place. I'm happy to tell that, and we actually would come up with that. Let me tell you that multiomics has come up when we studied a gene that was one gene, one enzyme, Biddle and Tatum hypothesis, I still remember in our college days, but now we know it's all omics, right? So we have gone from genome to epigenome to proteome to metabolome to any other ome. But you know, there is a very recent paper that has come in the human, although in plant this work has not yet been started, that is microproteins. So human genome has been decoded, and human genome in 2000, along with Arabidopsis in 2002 and rice in 2002, but in human it has been shown very recently that although there are 20,000 genes that humans have, 20,000 proteins that humans have, which who possess, but then right now the paper says there are 7,000 microproteins that have come from ribosic data, and out of these 7,000, 3,000 has been experimentally validated, and that out of those 3,000, some of the microproteins have also been actually connected to a disease which is medulloblastoma disease. So therefore, I also believe that this is an area, microprotein area, where the plant also has a lot of opportunity, and that we would know the dark side of the proteome, so that dark proteome, that can be actually unveiled. So that is another technological aspect I would like to flag in. Single cell is coming in a big way, that would become, but microprotein is very, very exciting, and how they interact with each other, that's another very interesting domain, and how that actually go and make some kind of physiological consequences in plant. My last point would be, how do we connect? If we have to connect the food with the nutrition for the human being, we have to start from looking from the soil. So if the soil health is not right, the plant cannot be grown. So the major problem right now, not only India but worldwide we are facing, and in India it is also very important, is the fertilizer issue. And that is because we have used NPK like anyway for last 50 years or 75 years of our independence, and every soil is poured with nitrogen fertilizer and phosphate fertilizer. So what has happened in that case is that the symbiotic bacteria cannot grow because it's heavy load of nitrogen and phosphorus. So we need to look into the soil health, and can we come up with varieties which can have more nitrogen use efficiency so that they can uptake nitrogen more. If we have the nitrogen more or phosphorus more into the plant body, that ultimately go from the source to the sink, and that goes into the macromolecules which are either protein or carbohydrate or oil. So this is one area where in soil health we need to focus. Second, in the soil, we need to look into the microbiota within the soil. We go from the soil to the plant, fix the trait in the plant which is of the food, and then from there we go and connect it to the clinical nutrition. That is what I think would be required, and I think I would actually would like to see from after lunch I'm sitting here and I saw all the slides, all presentations which actually highlight medtech as a huge achievement of BIRAC for last 12 years.
In next 10 years, I would like to see this medtech is converted to agri-medtech, and that would be my expectation from the BIRAC programs. And I think I would end by saying, to me, the BIRAC acronym after 10 years should be brighten up Indian research achievement and mitigate the challenge. That should be BIRAC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shubhraji. Again, you have underscored the whole point that we need to take big problems, resolve them. You also highlighted that we have a huge biodiversity pool available, genetic diversity, and germ plasma resource. And if all of us come together, I think we can resolve many of our nutritional problems on one side. But a concern which has been now taken up at various levels is about soil health you are talking about, and I think concerted effort is required. Otherwise, suddenly we may be at a loss, and the soil may not support the agriculture the way we are looking forward. And now I request Dr. Sharad Kale. Sir, you have done some very exciting work, and which has, as I was mentioning, that it has influenced the life of a common man. It has affected the environment and climate. And I was reading about this Nisarg Rin concept of solid waste management. Tell us briefly about this. I do not know how many of us have heard about that. And the second thing is how it is going to affect our climate on one side, our environment on the one side, but human life and quality of human life on the other side. Sir.
Good evening to all of you. I am rather an odd man out here. I am going to talk on a subject which is not related to medicine at all. All the panelists were talking.
Solid waste management is very much part of medical.
I will come to that. I will come to that. You are dealing with, we will not have argument right in the beginning. We can have plenty of arguments later. So, usually I am talking of two fields, on two different fields. One is environment and the other is agriculture. Part of it is, Madam has said something about agriculture, and I am going to take that thread further. But let me begin with a Ghalib Sher that एक ही भूल बार बार करता रहा गालिब, ज़िंदगी में एक ही भूल बार बार करता रहा गालिब, धूल चेहरे पे थी लेकिन आईना साफ करता रहा. हमारी स्थिति थोड़ी ऐसी है पर्यावरण के बारे में. जब हम बोलते हैं कि हम पर्यावरण प्रेमी हैं, हम पर्यावरण जानते हैं, वास्तविकता बहुत निर्दय होती है, वास्तविकता बहुत अलग होती है. वास्तव में हम पर्यावरण प्रेमी है क्या? आप खुद जवाब दे दीजिए. मैं एक छोटी सी कविता में आपका सवाल पूछता हूँ. क्या बदल सकेंगे हम खुद को? चांद पे तो पहुँच गए थे कई साल पहले, गए थे ना? चांद पे तो पहुँच गए थे कई साल पहले, अब अंतरिक्ष दूर नहीं है. पहुँचेंगे कल मंगल ग्रह पर या शायद उसके आगे भी. आएगी कल बुलेट ट्रेन देश में हमारे, आएगी ना? आएगी कल बुलेट ट्रेन देश में हमारे, बम्बई से पुणे, बम्बई से दिल्ली 5 मिनट. होगी कई सारी स्मार्ट नगरी हमारे देश में, लेकिन क्या बदल सकेंगे हम खुद को? क्या करेंगे कूड़ा मुक्त अपने घर को? डंपिंग यार्ड बढ़ाते जा रहे हैं, धरती माँ को कब से तड़पा रहे हैं. घर का कूड़ा म्यूनसिपाल्टी के गाड़ी में डाल के घर तो स्वच्छ होगा मेरे मित्र, लेकिन क्या भारत स्वच्छ होगा? उसी कूड़े से आएगी ना कल के अनाज की बोरी. यही बतला रही ना पदार्थ के अविनाशित्व की कहानी. कूड़ा बाहर फेंकने से जहाँ दिन की शुरुआत होती है, वहाँ भारत बदलने की बात हो रही है. मेरा भारत महान. जरा पेपर. See, I have a plastic. You imagine that I have got this is okay. I have a mic पकड़िए. I have the milk bag. थोड़ा मैडम को काम पे लगाता हूँ. I have a milk bag in my hand. Every day morning you take the milk bag, take a scissor and cut it. Corner cutting is our specialty in India. We cut corners everywhere. So we cut corners in plastic bag also. Imagine there are 10 crores of plastic bag being sold every day. Amul has its 25% share in that, and Amul tells that it is selling 2.5 crores of bags. So 10 crore bags are sold, 10 crore corners fall into the waste. Who is going to collect that? Who is going to recycle that? Those are the ones for happening every day, 365 days, 365 into 10, that is 3650 crore corners, into 40 साल यही सिलसिला चल रहा है. और ये जो माइक्रोप्लास्टिक आ रहा है इस पानी में, आप इसको एनालाइज करोगे, ये वास्तविकता में ये बोतल और शाम की बोतल हमारे कल्चर नहीं है. हमने दोनों लिया और दोनों का पूरा वेस्ट हमारे देश में दिखता है. इसमें 2 लाख से 2.5 लाख कम से कम माइक्रो और नैनो पार्टिकल्स ऑफ प्लास्टिक आर देयर. My body can take care of bacterial infection, not plastic infection, because my body is trained for biological war. My body is not trained for plastic war. So it will accumulate in my body, it will accumulate in my arteries. This is the problem of mentality, attitude. Whatever waste problem is there, आप बायोटेक्नोलॉजी BIRAC में मैं भी बैठता हूँ आपके साथ. कितने प्रोजेक्ट दिए होंगे, कितने घर आज तक आपने जीरो वेस्ट किए, ये सवाल पूछिए. अगर हम लोगों के घर जीरो वेस्ट नहीं कर सकते हैं तो ये देश की समस्या बहुत बढ़ने वाली है, क्योंकि ये वास्तविकता में जो पुनर्चक्रांकन ये धरती का कानून है, इस कानून को हम चैलेंज कर रहे हैं. ये निसर्ग ऋण मैंने नाम क्यों रखा मालूम है? You count everything in terms of money. You buy milk for 50 rupees, 60 rupees liter. सारी कितना है क्या, 1000 rupees फ्री में नहीं मिलती. इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल यूज़ करते हो, देते हो, अगर बिल नहीं दिया तो क्या होता है? नहीं होता. हाउ मच ऑक्सीजन डू यू यूज सर? Anybody from the crowd or biotechnologist? Anybody from the crowd? How much oxygen we use every day? I am going to give you bill of oxygen today. You breathe in every day 21,000 times. मेरे पे विश्वास नहीं तो गिन के देखो, गिनना मुश्किल है तो विश्वास रखो, दोनों में से एक काम करो. 21,000 बार आप श्वास लेते हो. 12 kg नहीं होता है. I'll come to that. We are breathing in about 17,000 liters of air. Out of that 17,000 liters of air, your 5th standard knowledge will tell you that 20% is oxygen. And this 20% is of 17,000 is 3,500, and if you put chemistry law, 22.4 liter occupies 16 gram of oxygen, then it is about 3 kg of oxygen. And industrial oxygen costs today around 11,000 rupees kilo. So you need every day 33,000 rupees of oxygen. Your every breath costs 1.5 rupee to nature. Are you ready to pay that? And भगवान व्यास in महाभारत has, पता है उन्होंने कैसा करने का ये रिपेमेंट. उन्होंने कहा कि हमारा एक ऑक्सीजन के लिए एक पेड़ लगाना जरूरी है, जो उतना ऑक्सीजन फोटोसिंथेसिस के माध्यम से वापस छोड़ेगा, उसे पुनर्चक्रांकन करेगा. And we have 23 elements in our body from the periodic table. If you can, I can tell you all that if he permits me. 23 elements, and cost of that is more than 5 lakh rupees per day. For that, Bhagwan Vyas says in Sabha Parva that you should have 19 trees per person, then Nisargarun is repaid. Are you really planting 19 trees? That's the question. If everybody decides here not to throw food, I'm going to watch you when you are having dinner at the time. How much food? The buffet is there, but still you waste food. In the Timarpur or in that dumping yard, go and see more than 2,000 tons prepared food is wasted every day. In India, every person wastes about 50 to 100 kg food per year, and we say Anna hai Purna Brahma. Isn't it that गालिब चेहरे पे धूल थी लेकिन आईना साफ करता रहा? ये एटीट्यूड कैसे बदलोगे? What we need in BIRAC, we need in a program where you have to inculcate this habit. बड़े लोगों को बताने का कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है, आप सब जानते हैं, आप कुछ करने वाले नहीं हैं, मुझे मालूम है. So you have to start that at the children level, and at the school level, do you have a program to do that? Unless that attitude change is there, mindset is changed, I don't think it will happen. When I was in school, there was a small sum given to me by my teacher that there is a water tank of 10,000 liter and it is getting filled up at the rate of 110 liter per minute. And there is a small hole which is leaking at 10 liter per minute. So how much time will be required to fill up? It was a very easy sum. Everybody answered 100 minutes. Sir was very happy. Somehow I didn't answer. I was watching at the face of the teacher. So he got angry. Why you are staring at me? Is the answer written on my face? I said, no sir, answer is not written on your face, but I want to ask a question. He said, go ahead. I said, if the tank is leaking, why one should fill it? So I thought he will say, बहुत अच्छा है, nice question. ऐसा कुछ नहीं, कान पकड़ा खड़ा किया. वह बहुत खुद को स्मार्ट समझते हो क्या? अरे भारत को ऐसे सवाल की ज़रूरत नहीं है, इस सम को 5 मार्क है. अगर ऐसा सवाल पूछेगा तो 0 मार्क मिलेगा, क्योंकि भारत मार्क्सवादी देश है, ज्ञानवादी देश नहीं है. हमें मार्क्सवादी नहीं चाहिए, हमें ज्ञानवादी ज्ञान चाहिए. तो सर ने बाद में जो बात बोली, आज उसके लिए मैं आपके सामने जो कोई मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन दिया, बिकॉज ऑफ दैट क्वेश्चन एंड आंसर गिवन बाय द टीचर, ही सेड योर क्वेश्चन वॉज गुड. But if you want that right to find out the mistake in the book, you will find when you grow up and mix into people, you will find that entire country is filling water in the tank which is leaking from all the sides. उसमें से एक गलती बंद करने की कोशिश करो, फिर मेरी तरफ आसमान में देखो और बोलो मुझे कि सर मैंने कोशिश की, तो मैं तुम्हें वो किताब की गलती निकालने का अधिकार दूंगा. आज एक बार फिर देशपांडे सर को मैं बोलूँगा, सर आज बायराक में और एक कोशिश की है गलती बंद करने की. अगर ये क्राउड, अभी क्राउड आप भी देखिए, जब कितना शुरू में पूरा भरा हुआ था, अभी कितने लोग बचे हैं. 3 घंटे एक जगह आप नहीं बैठ सकते. ये डू यू हैव टू पुट एवरीवेयर दैट बायोमेट्रिक? डू यू हैव टू मेक इट रिलेटेड टू योर कॉन्फिडेंशियल रिपोर्ट? देन ओनली यू विल अटेंड इट. ये मानसिकता है, और अगर ये मानसिकता हमारी नहीं बदलेगी, मे बी आई एम टॉकिंग आउट ऑफ टर्न, मे बी इट्स योर बायोटेक्नोलॉजी डे एंड फाउंडेशन डे, so you may not like it, but somebody has to talk little bit bitter also. Isn't it our accountability which matters? Isn't it accountability to the Mother Earth which matters? And if that is there, all these problem will not be there. मैडम ने बात की वो बैक्टीरिया की जो मर रहे बिकॉज ऑफ फर्टिलाइजर्स. यू नो, ड्रिप इरिगेशन करते हम भागते हैं. जहाँ ड्रिप इरिगेशन की ज़रूरत नहीं वहाँ भी ड्रिप इरिगेशन करते हैं. फर्टाइल सॉइल में ड्रिप इरिगेशन करोगे तो बीच में का जो लॉट है, पट्टा है, उसमें के सारे एक्टिव बैक्टीरिया मर जाते हैं. यू शुड नीड स्प्रिंकलर इरिगेशन आफ्टर ए वीक, नॉट ड्रिप इरिगेशन. It's good in the Western countries like Israel, where it's a complete sandy soil. There are no microbes there. So you need that drip irrigation there. उन्होंने किया, हमने भी किया. Is it the way of doing it? No, sir. We have to consider our environment, consider our conditions, and see the amount of waste which is going into the dumping yard. And let us come with I have got a culture. Last 60 years, sir, I don't remember I have given a single gram of my waste into the municipal vehicle. I don't give. I treat everything in my house. I don't throw food. I process my. जब आप बनाना खरीदते हो तो सिर्फ बनाना खरीदते हो या केला की छिलका भी खरीदते हो? छिलके के साथ खरीदते हो ना. तो बनाना आप खाए और छिलका दूसरा उठाए, ये कौन सा नियम है? कहाँ का नियम है ये? उसका मैन्यूअर करके आपको वसुंधरा को वापस आपको ही देना है. फिर मैडम को चिल्लाना नहीं लगे पड़ेगा कि हमारी फर्टिलिटी अफेक्ट हो रही है. यू नो, हमें फर्टिलाइजर क्रांति की ज़रूरत है. एसी का पानी बाहर टपक रहा है. इट्स मानसरोवर क्वालिटी वाटर एंड वी डिस्टिल वाटर इन दी लैब में बॉयल हो रहा है, वी आर स्पेंडिंग एनर्जी एंड डिस्टिल क्वालिटी वाटर ऑफ एसी इज फ्लोइंग आउटसाइड. भारत में 10 करोड़ एसीज है, 5 लीटर एसी का पानी 4 महीना कम से कम, और कोस्टल सिटीज़ में ऑल 10 मंथ्स 5 लीटर पानी हर एसी से बाहर टपकता है. 50 करोड़ लीटर पानी 5,000 रुपये क्वालिटी का बाहर बह रहा है और हम खरीद रहे हैं. ये कहते हैं कि जो लीकिंग टैंक में हम पानी भरने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. I am very optimistic person. I am not a pessimistic person. Atomic energy has taught me to be optimistic. You know, you are all made up of atoms, and atom teaches two beautiful things to me. When an atom gives away its electron, it becomes positive. Give your negativity, you will become positive. इसी हिसाब से मैं आज आपके सामने आया हूँ. पॉजिटिव बनो. और ये निगेटिविटी इतनी खराब चीज़ है क्या? वो निगेटिविटी क्लोरीन लेता है, इसलिए सोडियम क्लोराइड बॉन्ड बनता है. अगर बॉन्ड नहीं बनेगा तो सॉल्ट नहीं बनेगा, सॉल्ट नहीं बनेगा तो सेल नहीं बनेगी, सेल नहीं बनेगा तो आप नहीं होगे, फिर आपको मेरा भाषण नहीं सुनना पड़ेगा. सो इट्स सो इम्पॉर्टेंट दैट electron negativity shared at right place becomes converted into, gets converted into positivity. That is the teaching which I got from atom, and I thought that I will share that. We have to make this earth, Vasundhara, Mother Earth, free of garbage. Remove the word garbage. अगर शेक्सपियर मुझे ऊपर जाने के बाद मिलेगा कभी तो मैं उससे झगड़ा करने वाला हूँ. दैट आपने बहुत अच्छे नाटक लिखे, लेकिन आपने एक बात बहुत गलत लिखी. आपने कहा व्हाट इज़ देयर इन नेम. देख, हमने कचरे को कचरा कहा, पूरा भारत हमारा डंपिंग यार्ड बन गया. अगर हम हमारे बच्चों को पढ़ाते थे ये कचरा नहीं है, ये निसर्ग संपत्ति है, तो ये कचरा नहीं बनता था, हमारा देश आज सुंदर बनता था. इतनी गलती बात है.
So, thank you very much, sir. And so there has been a lot of lesson. The key, what I have understood is that how can we pay back to the environment and our prakriti. So let me come to the last person, Vishal Rao. You are a very unique person. You are basically clinician, oncosurgeon, but you are also an innovator and trying to do things which normally clinicians don't put your head and soul into that. So what is your vision for clinicians in general, but youngsters like you to move forward for next 10 years?
Thank you, sir. Again, at the outset, congratulations to MD BIRAC and the entire team of BIRAC that has worked tirelessly for achieving the 12th Foundation Day. I think my journey in innovation started about more than 12 to 13 years back when I got introduced to the concept of bedside to bench medicine. And I think the country at that time was always busy with bed to bedside medicine, bench to bedside medicine. I think this journey for me was at that time a very unusual one, and I think we did not have proper guides, we did not have proper mentorship. But in that journey, the first innovation, which is the voice prosthesis, came from a person who was a security guard who couldn't speak, and that kind of brought the whole idea to me of trying to see can we work on this, and I partnered with the silicon expert to actually create the first prototype. Now, 12 years before what I started today, I think there are only 3 patents in the world, one from US, one from Europe, and the other one from India. And some time back, Government of India and was showcasing this in Davos in the World Economic Forum. And I am thankful to BIRAC that at that time when nobody believed in this kind of an idea, because biotechnology is an arduous process. It takes, on an average, if you look at any good publication across the world, Lancet or anything, they say 17 years is what we take to make something from bench to bedside or bedside to bench. Post-COVID, this game has changed, naturally. But this is not something that is going to change overnight, and at that time, an idea to POC itself would take a whole lot of time. It was BIRAC's first trust to actually believe in us to say that this POC should come out. And today, as we move step by step, scale by scale, what we've done is not just build a product, but build an ecosystem. Now that you could add equal number of years to build an ecosystem than build a product. And I think that was what was the vision of Viksit Bharat that we actually looked at, the developed country, the developed nation, of how do we create an ecosystem? How do we move from make in India to create in India? Making in India is easier if you are wanting to look at importing from China and assembling in India. However, if you want to take the tough task of saying like zero waste, every single component will be done here, and we are going to create the entire ecosystem here, it's going to be a Herculean task, but that is what we would need. We will need to do difficult things, and I think all the panelists here repeatedly reiterated it is not going to be the easy task. We have to take up tough tasks, we have to take up tough targets, and I think it boils down to how do we create such an ecosystem wherein the next generation is going to be encouraged with reassurance to say that we are going to be able to help you create that. And that kind of mentorship has to happen. I think it has to be academia, industry collaborations that has to happen. And I think that will help us open up the whole forum towards looking at science, technology. And I would add to say that, like I said, in post-COVID, we used to say AD is after disease, BC is before COVID. Life has changed a lot after COVID. I don't think the same drug controller would have signed the same animal experiment and the final product at the same time. There would have been 4 drug controllers that would have changed. So it's historically a new generation that we're going to be dealing with, and very exciting. And I think at this juncture, all I can hope for is to say that these ecosystems would require for us to encourage. And lastly, conclude by saying that why has India not got the Nobel Prize for so long in science and technology? Why we have to wait after 1930 when science of this quality exists here? How do we look at academia industry collaboration wherein we focus on papers not for the sake of, like Sir said, marks and for targets, but to say that patents and looking at IPs and looking at valuable intellectual property to make a difference, which is what would make us the Viksit Bharat that we are looking at, by creating that balance of academia industry, R&D, which looks at patents and also papers, and move towards that particular goal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I would try to summarize the key lessons from 7 of our panelists. One common theme which is emerging is that we need to think big, be ambitious, and take up challenges which are not easy, and try to invest in them, not only money, but our resources, manpower, capabilities, build in capabilities in them. The second component which has come up again, to revisit the current approaches. Doing the same thing in a similar manner is not going to help us. So we have to revisit the current approaches. Third thing is that a lot has already been done. So we must leverage existing platforms, infrastructures, systems, but innovate and update them. We should not be complacent on that. There are several challenging areas, and this, when we are innovating, updating, and also kind of revisiting them, we should see that how we can, for example, mucosal vaccines was taken up, or DNA, RNA technology for biotherapeutics, how we can use it in various fields besides the infectious disease and vaccines. Another important thing which has come up is that we have a huge wealth of natural resources as well as human resource. We came to know about the huge biodiversity, genetic diversity, germ cell, germ plasma resources, and so that our current resources are not small, they are huge. The most efficient is how we harness it without adversely affecting our environment, climate, ecosystem. And here this very major concern of soil health came up, and soil health was a kind of re-emphasized by Dr. Sharad Kale again. And if we have to take care of our environment, we need to start looking at questions in a very different manner, and which is on one side feasible, pragmatic, but there is a genuine feeling, there is a passion, both or our hearts and mind come together to find out how do we pay back to the environment, how do we pay back to the nature. And finally, our young friend Vishal says that we need to be Gyanvadi, although Dr. Kale said, but I think he was also emphasizing the point of being Gyanvadi, that there is creation of Gyan within the system, and we have to create an ecosystem, because after COVID, our young, dynamic scientists, industrialists, investors, even policymakers have become impatient, and we need to have an ecosystem so that we are going towards our final goal, that we achieve this status of Vishwaguru on one side and Viksit Bharat on the other side. Thank you very much, my panelists. Thank you. A big round of appreciation for them. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of BIRAC, I would like to thank our session moderator and all the panelists for their valuable time, expertise, and contribution towards the panel. We echo your thoughts that we need to think local to solve global, and it's only through research, innovation, and entrepreneurship that we can make Bharat truly Viksit. I would also like to thank everyone in the hall for their time, attention, participation, feedback, and patience.
And perseverance to stay back.
Yes. Now we would like to facilitate our panelists, and we request our moderator, Dr. Arora, to do the same. Dr. Kapil Mittal. Dr. Namish Gupta. Dr. Shubhra Chakrabarti. Dr. Vishal Rao. I would now request MD BIRAC, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, to please facilitate our Dr. Sharat Kale. MD sir to facilitate our moderator. I would like to invite our team, Ms. Arshi, Dr. Dheeraj, Drishti, and Ritesh to come on the stage for us. Dr. Pakala to come on the stage for a group picture. Yes, sir, please, sir. A small housekeeping announcement. We'll request everybody to join for the tea outside, and we can assemble here again after 30 minutes for a cultural evening featuring a captivating dance and musical performance. Thank you.
So we can begin? Yeah? Okay. So good evening, everyone, and welcome to this last performance on our Foundation Day. Welcome to the Spectrum of India, a celebration of the rich and vibrant culture of our country, a promise of an evening that will create an immersive experience for one and all. India's culture is a fusion of ancient traditions and modern influences, making it a captivating and enduring one. Through the medium of dance, we take you on a journey which reflects the diversity found in the rich culture of our country. The effort is to create a seamless experience of our classical and creative compositions, all woven in an innovative manner and choreographed by Shri Santosh Nair. Santosh ji is a very renowned dancer and choreographer. So over to you, Santosh ji. Thank you.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि सर्वराजाय गन्धाय सर्वगानश्रवणप्रणयिने
गाढानुरागाय ग्रन्थाय गीताय ग्रन्थार्थतत्त्वविदे
गुणवते गणपतये गौरीप्रणयाय गौरीप्रवणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
कृधातिधा कृधातिधागेनाथुन घेना धागेनाधा तिटिकेगे ताकतेने धागेनाथुन तुन तुन तुन्ना तुन्ना घेना घेना घेगे ताकतेने धा घेना 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 धीना घेना धागेना धा तेटे कथा कथा कथा
Sadi, Trigamada Parabada Sadi, Trigamada Padani Sari Sada Padani Sari Sada Padama Gari Sari Padama Gari Sari Dapaga Sari, Trigamada Parabada Sadi. Gamada pada pada sari, magar gamada pada sari. Gamada ni daba magari daba, gamada ni dari daba magari gamada pada sari. Sari da sari daba magari, sari da ni daba magari, sari daba magari gamada pada sari. Papa da mama pada gamadi riga sari gamada ni dari daba magada pada sari. ni da pa sa ni da pa ma ga re sa pa ma ga re sa pa ma ga re da pa ni da pa sa ni da pa ma ga re sa udana da ni dhim ta ta da ni ta re da ni udana da ni dhim ta ta da ni ta re da ni dhira na ta dhim ta na 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 no dhira na ta dhim ta na 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 no tiragita tom ta na 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 tiragita tom ta na 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 tiragita tom ta na 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 tiragita tom ta na 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 dhim ta na dhira na ta na 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 dhim ta na na dhira na कलच्चले प्रवाह पावित स्थले गलेवलम्ब्य लम्बिताम्बुजङ्ग तुङ्गमालिकां डमड्डमड्डमड्डमट् निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्ड ताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिवः शिवम् जयस्वदभ्रविभ्रमभ्रमद्भुजङ्ग श्रस्वद विनिर्गमत्क्रमस्फुरत्करालभालहव्यवा धिमिद्धिमिद्धिमिध्वनुं मृदङ्ग तुङ्गमङ्गल ध्वनिक्रमा प्रवर्तित प्रचण्ड ताण्डव शिव
हितदो तकिददगदो धिमितनुदजं जनुददकतो तजं तरिकदानादै तादणं धिमिहितादै तादजं हितदो तकिददगदो धिमितनुदजं जनुददकतो तजं तरिकदो तणदजं जनं तरिददै तदिङ्गितदादै तादणं धिमिहितादै तादजं हितदो तत्तो हिततो जगं तण्डं सगधिनतो तत्तो हिततो जगं तण्डं सगधिनतो ఝం ఝం త్లాంగు తగదిన ఝం ఝం తీగిన దరిగు ఝం ఝం ధీం తధీరన ధృతోంతో జడుదతోంతో ధిమిదతోంతో తగిడతోంతో ధృతోంతో ధీం ధీం తగ తజం తోంతం ధీం ధీం తగ తజం తగదనతోం తదిగినతోం ధిమిగిన తత్తోం తదోం ధృతోం తదోం ధృతోం తోం ధీరన మంగళం గురుదేవాయ మహనీయ గుణాత్మనే సర్వలోక శరణ్యాయ సాధురూపాయ మంగళం.
Tari
Thank you.